League a long time, but we've got a special guest joining us straight away. So we've got the Silvan coach here, Trent Munn. Trent, fantastic to have you join us today, and it's been a big season. You've really been probably the best side all year, and it's a big achievement to make this day.
Yeah, massive, mate. It's I suppose for me it's been 20 years in the making, and for me at this club it's been 5 years in the making. So yeah, I've never won one, and the club's been on a bit of a drought for 8 or 10 years or something. So yeah, we knew coming into the season we had a pretty good list, but we probably didn't project this. So yeah, we're ready to go.
How has the week been? And it's basically been the 2 weeks since you knew you were going to play after the qualifying final win. How have the boys treated it? Yourself, you're playing as well. How's it been? Just been at the training? I'm sure it'd be a good atmosphere.
Mate,
down
it's
at the
been
club.
awesome. It's been great to have the week off for the It was a pretty big hit out that first final, and we probably needed the week off to have a bit of a break and rest and recover. So it came at a perfect time. Pretty light week. Supported the twos last week, and now yeah, the club's been right around us, the town's around us, and we're ready to go.
Trent, you mentioned there that it's been a long time coming for you, 20 years without a flag. Tell us a bit more about your football career, because most people just know the recent time as coach of Silvan and then also the years at Croydon. But tell us more about your football journey, because 20 years without any success is quite a long time to keep coming back for more.
Yeah, it is. It's what keeps me going. Obviously, the footy club culture environment of whatever club you're at keeps me going. But yeah, I've obviously grew up in the West Australia. Croydon got me over here. I was playing over at East Perth over there. Came over and only for 1 year, and then had a little kid, little Noah at the back here, filming me. He, my wife and I had him, and then her family's from here, so we stayed and had another couple of kids. And I was entrenched in a footy club, and my wife understands it's sort of what I do and what I love, so I just kept going and playing footy. And my theory is, while I'm keeping up in the comp, I'll just I'll keep going, which I've managed to do. So
East Perth to Silvan is, I'm going to assume, quite contrasting. and tell us a bit more about Silvan, because Silvan's very unique. It's probably up with Coldstream and maybe Liddell to an extent, the proper town of a footy club. It's not a footy club where, okay, everyone congregates, but, for example, I'm sure Bourne have a lot of people from different parts of the state. Silvan people are from Silvan. I've seen during the week there's the little flags up and down the main street with everyone's jumper numbers. What's it like coming from East Perth, coming eventually to Silvan, where the town is genuinely the footy club?
Mate, well, I certainly didn't move here for the weather, I can tell you that.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't move here for the weather. It's I moved here, to immerse myself in footy. I was a footy head growing up. So, footy was good in the West and life was good in the West. It was a really, really random move for me to pack up and just drive me ute across the Nullarbor to come over here. And then Croydon's been sensational. I still consider that probably my home. That's they got me here. My lifelong friends are there. Blokes are there in my bridal party. So Croydon is, and a lot of the boys will be here today supporting us, which is sensational. And then to go up to Silvan just gave me another lease of life. I think I went there at 31, 32, probably pretty banged up in the back of a few knee recos and that thing, and my career was over. And then I just sort of saw they were on their knees a bit. I think when I got there, they'd only won 2 or 3 games in a couple of years. They'd beaten Nunawading a couple of times. And as I said to them up there, I was never going to come up. I was pretty honest. I said, I'm not going to be the greatest coach, but I reckon I can drag a few people up there with me, which is all they needed. So we managed to get some good people up there and then build a team around that. But the town's been amazing. It's been a town of 300 people or whatever it is. It's up and about. Everyone buys in. The local footy club's like the local bar all year round. So you meet all the farmers and up there, and they're up there through your pre-season. They're cutting up fruit for us in the pre-season. So all those little things you don't think of until you're there, and then you realise it does mean a lot to a lot of people, which we see today.
Plenty of strawberries.
Plenty of strawberries. The Ficarelli support as well.
Well, Trent, you talk about farmers, and you've probably got a few tradies there, self-employed people. What does that bring to the club in terms of what we've been through and the work stress versus enjoying footy? How does that hard to manage for you?
I found it really hard early to find out where we are geographically, to be able to go and get kids or players from all around the eastern suburbs and drag them up the hill and say, because you go past, Churnside and Mooroolbark and Lilydale and Mount Evelyn to get there, so you've got to try and lure them up there for a reason, and success was something was hard to sell at the
start. They've got to drive, but you've got to factor in away games too.
That's right. And then, to get here today, it would have taken some of the guys, from up that way 30, 40 minutes to get here. So it was hard to go and recruit from all around the place and drag them up the hill. We've been really well serviced by the Norwood boys, and then a heap of crews from St Simons, who Matteo Delfons, he's our captain, co-captain. It was just about building that, and I was probably disappointed early days when we probably didn't get the results, but when you sit back and look at the whole picture, it was never going to happen overnight to rebuild this club in a couple of years. So 5 years down the track, we've got some good depth. The numbers are great. The club's financial, so we're in a really good spot. It's great.
Before we talk about the game and the opposition, this has been a good build by you, because Coldstream were just ahead of you in terms of building their list and being a performer, but you were sort of shadowing them in terms of your development, getting youth into. I think it was one of your plans was to get more youth into the lineup, and it's finally come to fruition. So how do you feel like your development over 3 seasons has really benefited?
And then obviously to get kicked in the guts with COVID, like all the clubs did, that was hard. Coldstream are just a bigger club, I think, that they can access their 19s, they've got a women's side, a vet side, so it's probably we're trying to compare ourselves to them, but we're just a smaller setup than them. So we feel the clubs that are around us that we're sort of the same size, that we're really competitive, and as a club, as I said, it's a lot of people who put a lot of work in to get to this point. So we feel like we're in really good shape.
And what's the memories of the premiership back in the day? Because it was a good time for Silvan because they were relatively new boys to the comp, and to get a premiership early in the Eastern Footy League must have been fantastic. But now it's sort of getting a little bit distant, isn't it?
It is. We've still got Jesse Owens and Warren Smith who played in that grand final, who'll be playing today, which is massive. So, we can lean on them a lot. We've got a lot of past players, Rhett Newell, Dean Carswell. My phone's been going off all morning about some players that have been...
Dean Carswell messages aren't always the best thing to wake up to.
Tomorrow, I'll be nervous to get one tomorrow from him. But we've got some really good support from past players, and that's one thing Silvan do well, is they respect their past players and their past premiership players. And I've actually been overwhelmed with the support we've had, even my phone throughout. So this week and even this morning, waking up to messages. So it's been great.
And Trent, just want to talk about some of the players you've brought in the last couple of years. Well, namely this year, you've brought in Justin Ficcarelli, who's had a massive impact. Lee Kimpton a couple of years ago, of course, coming from Croydon. Patrick Travers. There's a whole list of names that have come across. How impressed, with the impact of Ficcarelli and Kimpton have you been with this season?
Oh, amazing, mate. I mean, Ficco and I have been close mates for a long time. He was a young kid at Croydon when I was coming up, played some really good senior footy in the Premier League and Division 1. So I knew what he was going to bring, and he's probably our only local. He lives next door to the club, just a couple of street down from the Oval.
And the farm's next
door as well,
mate.
That's right. So he's brought in, he's the assistant coach. What he's brought is a mateship, and the boys respect him, and then his knowledge of just local footy. He watches the tapes intensely. So what he's brought to our club is more than just on the field. Kimpo, we knew, we sort of saved his career, pretty bad shoulder reconstruction at Croydon, was not really happy with footy and injuries and whatnot. And then he's rebirthed at Silvan's been amazing. And then Paddy Travers, he's just a really good friend that from Perth. He's probably played 150 odd waffle games. I think runner-up in a Sandover medal. Had retired for some years, and then just life changed for him. And he rang me out of the blue one day and said, "I want to come for a kick," and he just turned up. So we got him. He plays for nothing. He paid his own subs and everything like that. And he's turned up because he's never won a flag like me. So he travelled the country, same as me. Played 20 years and never won one. So it'd be amazing if we could share it with him today.
Yeah, definitely. And just Lee Kimpton as well. Were you expecting 100 goals from him this season?
Nah, definitely not. I don't think so. I don't think that'll be the last you see of the 100-goal games. And I think it's just a testament to the boys getting the ball to him, and plus the work he's done. He doesn't miss a training session. He loves the club. He loves being out there, and he's a good kick. That helps.
Well, he's certainly done well, but one team that has actually competed well head-to-head, and for a neutral, I'm glad Surrey Park's here today to play you. How have you found that they've been the best matchup for you? Is there a style that is harder for you to combat?
Well, they play that short hit-up game that we they play a high possession game where we play a bit more quick, long and direct game. It's a credit to them, I suppose. They've got some good kids. We got some good kids. Everyone's saying we've had a really dominant, good season. They've had probably other than them losing the kill site, they've been pretty dominant and good as well. So it's probably no surprise to me. And we're too old. This is the settles the score today, doesn't it?
Well, who are you looking forward to? Is it Charge in the middle? If he can get some control, is that what your key to success is, or is there other avenues?
Definitely Charge in the middle. I think stand to say he's the best player in the comp. Ficco and Kimpo up forward. I think our backline's pretty unheralded. So our captain Matteo, we feel like we've got some good players all across the ground that should help us today.
Well, Trent, it's a massive afternoon for the club, and we really thank you for giving up your time on a really busy afternoon. So best of luck for today, and hopefully all goes well.
Thanks, boys. Speak to you after. Thank you.
There we go. So the Silvan coach there, Trent Martin, a good insight on the club on a massive day for them, probably their biggest day in a long time. They will be playing Surrey Park today. So big game, Gav, and it's great to see a couple sides who have been starved from success to get here today and really have a chance to make some history.
At least at this lower level, the local clubs could really be local and celebrate their wins together. And I think it comes from the top in terms of the playing group, because Trent Martin is a good leader. I can just tell from talking to him. And he's actually had a game plan in developing the list, and they seem like a happy club, happy team on the field. So, yeah, I think what we just heard from Trent was just a secret to their success as well. He's a good man. In terms of football, he's doing well.
And we will touch on this game a lot more later. We're going to have a look at the games yesterday and the other games today as well. But, Josh, they've been fantastic, Silvan, and we watched them, I think, last year against Coldstream, and you can sort of see the gap between those two sides. But they've come out this year, they've done their recruiting, they've done it well, and they've come today, with... Now, they came into the season with high expectations, and it's been a great season for them.
It has been a great season, and I've got a lot of respect for them. After a couple of years ago, they had their struggles coming down from Division 3 after spending, I think, 2 seasons following that 2014 premiership, and they've just done absolutely fantastically. Scoring as free-flowingly as Coldstream did last year, and just the dominating teams left, right, and centre, bar the team that they're facing today. So it is a great story, and it would be much deserved them going up to Division 3. And the whole town, I reckon, they would be really up and about. And I reckon the whole town will be here for this grand final.
Absolutely, and we've got plenty of time, so we will discuss this game in depth a bit later. And right now, we're going to have a look at some of the games from yesterday. The big one we're out at, Matt, yesterday, the Div 3 grand final between the Waverley Blues and Donvale. Bit of a crazy afternoon in the end after what happened with the reserves going to extra time and golden point. And then almost again, it was just that last sort of 2 to 3 minutes that Waverley Blues were able to get a couple of extra points to get over the line over Donvale 7-12, 54 to 7-10, 52. But Matt, it was a fantastic afternoon.
Yeah, it was. It was. If that's the time we're going to get across the next 4 grand final days, we're in for a ripping sort of 3 weeks of football. I guess we wanted a closer game. The average winning margin for Waverley over Donvale during the year had been 65 points or something like that. So, and actually during the third quarter, I sort of just went out into the outer, and the Donvale crowd they had a bit of freedom about them when they were supporting, because they weren't not expecting to be close, but the form line had suggested anything under 5 goals was a decent effort. So I reckon during the second half, Donvale probably are sitting there today as they're sipping on some very somber stubbies, that they had their chances. The third quarter they dominated and they didn't execute in front of goal. To be fair, Waverley Blues did kick 2-6 in the first quarter. So both sides missed their opportunities during dominance. And then in the last quarter, there were stages where they got the ball inside 450, repeat entries to just get that one more goal to really kill Waverley. Because you always felt Waverley had more ability to rebound out of 50. Donvale had to get the ball in through centre clearances. Zach Haig, Rouser, they were immense. And then Donvale were good once it was inside 450. Waverley had the ability to score from defensive 50. And we saw that, actually, even though they didn't kick a goal, but those last 2 points that won them the game came from rebound 50s. And they just had better leg speed. I think, Caleb Djordjevic, I really feel for him, because he was clearly in two minds. He wanted to do the right thing. He wanted to draw the defender to handball to Duncan in the goal square, and ended up just getting too close to the man following him and kicked it behind. It was almost the behind that won them the game for a little bit there as well. But, look, I think Waverley Blues deserve to go up, and I think for the structure of the league and for that club, it's really important they do go up. Their 19s are in the Premier Division and only just missed finals. Their reserves obviously won the premiership as well. They're all pretty young. I got to stand in the middle of the 2 circles for the songs, to film that for a bit of social media content. And there's not many blokes, like if we compare it to today, if Silvan are the win, as many tipsters would expect, that average age is going to be a lot closer to 30 than 20, and Waverley Blues are the other end. So everything's set out for them to go up and succeed. Donvale aren't too far away. They've got a decent junior club, but their under-19s are in 3rd division. Their reserves weren't, I think their reserves made in the prelims. So they're not far behind, but Donvale are just a couple of rungs behind, and it would have been a little bit disappointing from that point of view if Waverley had to stay behind, a bit like maybe we could compare to Ringwood. In terms of they were ready to go and couldn't get up. Fantastic game of football. We had 300 people at all times watching the YouTube stream, which is about, 1,000% more than we usually get. So obviously the people get the great crowd as well. The noise, even though I don't know how many people there, I think we had about 1,500, 2,000 people there, but the noise was really immense. It was probably louder during the reserves game than it was during the senior game, during that extra time or double extra time thriller. But yeah, I think, like I said, it's just a fantastic game, Ryan. I don't know what it was like to call, but you know, I think Donvale most impressive was just their desperation after half time. At quarter
That third
time,
quarter,
and
that was
even
massive
halfway
from
through the
them.
second quarter, you thought Waverley Blues are one goal away here from breaking the dam
Well,
open.
and
They missed a couple of chances, Waverley, as well.
Yeah, and I think when we were calling early on, and we probably brought it up a fair bit, that we were thinking it was only going to take, because they had that second quarter, they had plenty of the ball and they were just creating opportunities, but they weren't scoring. So it was that one goal if it went the other way.
The first 1.5 quarters, Waverley just needed to kick straight and they could have killed it.
Yep.
They didn't. And then, like you said, that last half a quarter before half time, Donvale had chances to actually probably, get
that goal
back into it.
That goal at half time was massive.
Yeah, exactly.
That kept them in it.
If they don't kick that, it's a lot somber to go in at quarter time. Going at half time 1 goal 2 or 1 goal 4 would have been really disappointing. But yeah, that second half performance, they absolutely, the pressure. Like Waverley Blues, a team that's pretty slick on their day, just turnover central.
Yeah,
there.
it was.
Then they were making mistakes. There was an instance, I think it must have been late in the second quarter, where I can't remember who won the free kick about 45 out, admittedly in the pocket for holding the ball, and just gave the handball to his coach immediately, who was then under pressure. And it's just the sort of stuff that pressure, causes. So, yeah, I came out of the game, one, happy that we got close grand finals. No one likes to see big finals results, as we saw out here last week. But also just, if I was a Donvale people, it's disappointing, but you've got to be super proud. Their finals run, incredible. Came into the finals. I think I tipped Donvale that day against Coldstream, Gav, but a lot of us were sort of worried that Coldie might get them. Coldie,
came in almost a 50-50 game almost.
Like I said, Donvale went from a 50-50 elimination final where Coldstream had the running of them early to almost pitching the premiership.
Pressure and run is what Donvale had, and that was the one thing that could create turnovers against Waverley Blues. Interesting, it didn't seem like Waverley Blues had nerves, but close games changes patterns, and so it was very good effort by Waverley Blues. 17 victories in a row. Could you imagine they might have played finals in a higher division with this same lineup?
Division 2 is quite strong. I think they definitely would have tested the Basin and Baronia.
I think they'll play finals next year.
I think they will next year, because one of those teams will go up and we don't see Upper Gully replacing them. So, so they'll probably be in the mix this year. I think they would have been in the mix. It would have been them, the Base and Baronia, battling out for 4th and 5th. And to be fair, they're probably fitter than both those teams.
Well, they are. That's been their trademark, isn't
players,
it? They're very athletic. Langford's done a fantastic job with them, Josh. And we're thrilled for a close game, but they definitely did deserve. Their season. 155 days since they've lost now. It's been a really great year.
And they only lost by 3 points.
It's remarkable. It is quite remarkable, and I think they bookended the season with single-digit matches as well. But the great teams always find a way to get victories on the big stage, and Waverley Blues did just that. When I saw the scores as well, I thought when Waverley kicked, I think it was the first 2, I just thought it was game over. Waverley, they're just going to run over the top of them. But you got to give credit to Donvale. They fought really, really hard. And this was a seriously impressive effort from them. But Waverley Blues just holding on. And got to give credit to them. And it's a good gritty victory from them.
And before we go to the break, just Matt, to touch on Turner's game, best on ground in the end, and he was phenomenal. Keeping Murphy goalless, who's been a threat all final series and during the season, and then his intercept marking right from in the first half, and it just continued throughout the game. He was just phenomenal.
Yeah, I think the way Donvale actually got back into the game was they sent someone to him. I think Josh Jordan got the job in the second half as a defensive forward because, he not only did he shut Nick Murphy down, but in the first quarter alone he had 10 intercept marks, I reckon, or something like that. Paul had the stats on him, but and his ball use is really good for a full back. His ball use is quite good. He's been there. He's been a champion in that club as well. So I'm really glad for him to win the best on ground. But he definitely deserved it. And as I've said, Backman, the best on ground medal is the one medal Backman get a clean run at.
Yeah.
Best and fairest are usually your midfielders, your star players, your MVPs, players that people think about and talk about are usually forwards. But the best on ground is an award that defenders can actually win.
That's if they understand what role he's got.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to go our first break. It's the Division 4 EFNL Grand Final.
Check out world-class table tennis this week at Eastland as they host the International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships. Professional players from 10 countries around the region will be competing. Australia will be strong favourites after bringing home 6 medals from the Com Games. So come and experience world-class table tennis this week at Eastland. There's giveaways, pop-up treats and more. The International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships this week at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to the Eastlands Match of the Day. It's a Division 4 EFNL Grand Final. We've heard from the Silvan coach Trent Munn, and now we have Surrey Park royalty Michael Palini. It's been a fantastic year for the club, a fantastic final series. Last week we were here and a really big win, and I'm sure at the club during the week it would have been some really good atmosphere, and I'm sure the boys have enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been a long time coming for the club. My seventh year at the club, and a lot of hard work's gone into this. So, hopefully we can get the job done.
Has it sort of impressed you just the way, the second half of the season has been, really, really positive? You've been able to beat the Cats twice. You're scoring a lot more, and that was evident on the weekend last week with that massive third quarter. Has it just impressed you, just the way the form that you've come into the final series with? Yeah,
it's really good. Obviously we've got a young bunch of boys, and they've really bought into to James's game plan, and we've hit the ground running the last 7-8 weeks. So couldn't ask for a better prep into the final series.
And Michael, let's just talk about some of those younger players. You've got your Parker Foxes, Brendan Fallahay, Jacob Woodfall, Jack McLaren, Nick Cann, who've come through this year. Just how impressed have you been with the impact of, some of those younger players, particularly the likes of Fallahay and Cann, who really put together such a great performance last week?
Yeah, look, it's really impressed me, to be honest. 19-year-old kids coming out, especially last week with Canny and Renan kicking 12 goals between them. Outstanding effort, in a semi-final. So, Tommy Smith, he could have played bottom age under 19s this year, and he's been nearly our best player this year. So, just goes to show that they're really up to the challenge.
And the experienced players as well. James coming in as interim coach after David Jensen left, and Ryan Kennedy, Daniel Smart. How crucial have they been for some of those younger ones?
Kenners is the blood of the club essentially. He's been around a long time, played his junior footy here, and he just goes to work on a Saturday.
And what about the feel around the club? Because it's uncharted territory, but in your time came close. But it must be. Is it surreal or is it exciting? What's the buzz?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. It is surreal and it's bloody exciting. And the buzz around the club, especially with a young group of boys, they're just really enthusiastic, up and about, and they just bring everyone enthusiasm up with them. So, as I said before, it's been a long time coming, and 7 years at the club, and this is our best chance at it. So I think, committee-wise, obviously junior club buy-in and getting more juniors through the club, it just top off an amazing year. So,
well, looking at last week, it looks like you got a crowd now because, I've been watching the league for a long time, and we won't talk about the history of losses in a row, but we have to mention it because it's context.
Yep.
And now that you're having success, is there an old boys network now that the club can reach on and stay strong?
Yeah, we've really tried to tap into our past players, getting a lot of past players back, and obviously stuck around and helping out. It's a more comfortable environment. We're obviously winning. We're up the top end of the ladder, which makes it easier for people to come and support. Our brand of footy is exciting, so they come to Surrey Park on a Saturday. And they're going to see an exciting brand of footy with young kids putting on a show.
Yeah, and one team that has pressured Silvan, but like no other, is Surrey Park, winning home and away games. What do you draw on from those games?
Oh, look, it's a battle of the midfield. We know their power up forward, and so we've obviously got to limit that. And we've obviously got our potent forward. So I think whoever gets on top in the midfield will go a long way to winning today.
Oh, do you find Chirnside Park was a good building block because physically they are as strong, but when you rings around and tackled hard, that's what impressed me for smaller guys, the tackling.
We just touched on it pre-game then. We had 150 tackles last week.
Wow.
And just our pressure was through the roof. So our pressure, that's a really big barometer for us. If our pressure can be up, we normally come out on top.
Well, you spoke about Silvan's forward line, but they're pretty big that their back line's quite strong too.
Yep.
You spoke, and also that Josh brought up Nick Cann and Renan Fallahy, that they're both young, and let's be honest, they're string beans in comparison to what they're going to come up against today. How important is quick ball movement? Because it looks like if you're going to go long down the line, especially Jesse Owen's going to have a fairly decent run at it.
Yeah, they got Tyson Bissels as well, who likes to peel off and intercept mark, and it's crucial for us that we move the ball between the arcs and lower our eyes going inside forward 50, because I think that's where we can catch them out with those two, especially trying to peel off and play that +1 and intercept mark.
And then we just spoke about the Division 3 game and how, it's good that Wavy Blues went up. They're well set up to go up the division and, who knows where the ceiling is. You could argue that Surrey Park's probably got more of that than Silvan. You had under-19s last year in Premier Division. You're set to have under-19s again. Next year, your junior club is, whilst they're not in the same league, they're blossoming as well. They've got plenty of numbers there. The list is quite young. Reserves playing and looking like they're going to go to a premiership. Is there a bit of that feeling too around the club that if you get today right, it might be the start of something bigger than what it is currently?
Yeah, absolutely. Pre-COVID, we set out, the committee, set up a 5-year plan to get out of Division 4. And obviously we had 2 years hampered with COVID, unfortunately.
7-year plan.
Yeah, 7-year plan. So add a couple of extra years onto that. But, the committee's done a mountain of work and really put us in a good position to, if we were fortunate enough today to get the chocolates, that we'd be in a really good position to, go up to Division 3, not only just go up and come back down, but really, really hold our own and, try and play finals in our first year if we were to go up.
Yeah.
And just one last one, just with the Rezzies at the moment, they're currently winning in that that last term here in the grand final. What's that been like just to have both sides being in the grand final? Does it just, help the senior boys out knowing that, it just does it add that little extra bit of enthusiasm to the boys?
Yeah, it does. And I touched on it in my little pre-game talk with the boys. It adds a bit of incentive. The Twos boys get over the line. We want to make it a big day for the club. And at the end of the day, it's fantastic that the Twos, win the premiership, and, they won it a couple of years ago. And, for us to win the flag and go up would be
it'd be outstanding for the amount of work that's gone into it.
Well, thanks for joining us, Michael. Massive day for the club, so really appreciate you giving up the time.
Thanks, boys. Really appreciate
Good luck
it.
to you.
There you go. So a big day for Surrey Park, Matt. And look, it's grand finals. I feel like we sometimes not underestimate, sorry, but we don't almost take for granted the sides who do make it and not celebrate it quite as much, because it is a massive achievement for any side to
you
get
just
this
heard
far.
Trent Martin, who's been playing footy at a fairly decent level for 20 years, and he's still not won one. So I don't know how many grand finals he's played in, but if you haven't won one, I'm giving a fair guess he hasn't played in heaps of finals as well. You might just be able to hear Blake Tennant in the background as Surrey kick another reserves goal. But, you'd be pretty unlucky for someone like Trent Martin to have maybe 10 grand finals and not won one. So, and we know Surrey, no one at the club currently probably has seen a grand final. They got their first ever finals win in the Eastern Football Netball League last week, and looking at their localfootystats.com profile, the finals before that were long. Well, I might have just been born, Ryan, and you and Josh definitely hadn't been.
No.
Gav had been around, but he wasn't looking at them.
No, they made finals in my early days.
But in terms of actually before in the Southern, the Southern was the last time they were anywhere around the mark. So, that's what I mean about Surrey Park, and it'll be a bit different to Donvale, because Donvale, I think, feel like they're closer to moving up and obviously have a history as one of the premier clubs in the East Football League. For Surrey Park today, there is a little bit of free hit about it. Obviously, they want to win, and like Michael said, they've been setting themselves up to go up the divisions, because they do have, with the strong junior club and the area they're in, they're always going to have a decent pool. But there is also a little bit of, let's just enjoy the fact that we're here. It's more for the club and its supporters and the committee than the players. The players are going to go out and play. It'll take them 5 minutes for the nerves to dissipate and get into the action. It'll be the players the committee members and the supporters that this is the first time they've been here. I don't know what the crowd's going to be like today. I don't know if Silvan have got the trucks coming down. But I think they'll just be, for the committee, it'll be about, okay, we've tasted it. Let's make this more regular.
And Josh, there's no question where your loyalties lie, but you were at the club during the week, I think, at both training sessions. Just give us a bit of
Did
an
you speak
insight
to the
on.
boys, Josh? Did they get you in, mate?
Yeah, well, they got me in a little bit.
Not
but
in front of the group?
Nope.
No.
Okay. I just stayed at the back, but they were really excited. The vibes were up. I was speaking with a couple of people at the club as well. On Thursday they were getting down to training earlier than usual, and music was pumping pretty much all training, and it was really exciting, particularly for selection dinner as well. So, yeah, it's a really good vibe, and they do have the tools to go up, and they've got that junior club. They've also got that link between the junior and senior club. They've got the president of the senior club, Ron Sutherland. He's been heavily involved with the junior club in the past. He was actually my coach a while back as well in juniors, and it's a good connection, and they are well set up for the future, I reckon. Sorry, I reckon they might struggle initially in Division 3, maybe if they do go up.
I was about to say, getting ahead of yourself.
Yeah, if they do. But I think they do have the tools to go up, because they've got such a young side. Most of these players here, they've got a bit of experience as well, with the likes of Ryan Kennedy, Daniel Smart, Josh Garvin playing in the reserves. They've got plenty of experience and plenty of youth too, and they're all set up really well for the future, I reckon.
And just in that reserves game, they've got a 24-point lead in this final term. So no extra time today. We will be running on schedule, I would imagine. So
it's good for our better halves, Ryan, to get home before dark.
Well, yeah, Jess was wondering where I was last night.
Don't jinx it, though.
No, well, it's still possible.
No, I'm talking about the senior game. There's still 4 quarters of that as well.
Yeah, well, we've got to get home tonight. So just touching on a couple of other games that happened yesterday, we got the Premier qualifying final between Roval and Noble Park, and Ray Baird will not be happy if we don't mention it.
He gave us goal-by-goal updates in the WhatsApp, didn't he? He got to the point where I was going to message him, Gavin, go, we get it, Ray. Roval are going to win. It was minute by minute at one stage.
I think my notifications are on 59.
I turned it on. I put it on mute. So they did end up getting over the line 15-6-96 over Noble Park 8-12-60. Absolutely the premiership favourites for sure right now. I've been really impressed with some of their younger players. Jesse Eichhoff's one of them. They've got a really talented list, and this was the one they had to probably tick off the finals win to break that drought. And
well, that's the thing. So if you compare them to South Croydon 2017, Gav, South Croydon won that first week of finals at Bayswater. Pretty convincing fashion too. I think it was a close game to half-time, different game for Rover, but it probably ended up about the same margin. And from there, they went on a run, South Croydon, and it was like they burst the damn wall. That's the third time this week I've used the damn wall analogy. But it was a little bit different feeling, obviously, coming in as minor premiers for Rowville. But the fact that they won that first final, that's ticked that box. And now there's no more monkeys on the back. They got another week. Their reserves are through as well. I'm a little bit worried about Noble Park because all year I've sort of said that every person I speak to says, no, Noble Park are the best team, Noble Park are the best team. But now, Gav, they're going to face either South Croydon on the back of 9 straight wins or a Doncaster East team that will have won 2 finals on the trot and when they played in round 4 or 5, beat them by 10 goals out of the bull ring. So I'm a little bit worried about Noble Park.
It's funny. We always get excited by the team that won and then go, geez, the team that lost were not good. And then the following week, the team that
My only worry for Noble, though, is that their last 3 games against top 4 or 5 opposition, they lost to Baldwin. They lost to Rowville twice now.
Yeah.
And Baldwin they lost comfortably.
And Baldwin they got smacked. So I'm a little bit. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you though, because as I said it, I thought, geez, you've fallen into the trap again. But there's something I'm a little bit worried about.
There's matchups as well, and I think that's been big in this season. Is that there's head-to-heads.
Well, exactly. Some clubs have, example Blackburn and Baldwin. Blackburn beat them by 8 goals, but then Blackburn just couldn't get near any other side in the top 5, and then Baldwin were able to beat Noble, but couldn't get near Doncaster East on the weekend or Rowville. So.
I think South Croydon could win today, but I think Donny East would be the more feared opponent just with what they bring to the table with Noble Park around the contest.
Yeah, well, obviously Noble Park's strength is the clearance work, so that's where they
Sketcher
score
and
from.
both played well again yesterday.
Horton Milne is if they win clearances, that's their key. And you're right, Doncaster East inside game is probably where they're dominant. South Croydon like to keep the ball. They like to use their back 6. Bit of use the whole width of the ground, and so they probably be better suited to maybe grand final day where Rowville like to run and carry. But maybe they're not the side to get past Noble Park, Gav. But you're right about matchups because this Premier Division season has been that top 5 have been so tight.
And that's that sort of maybe that mental edge they now have over Rowville over Noble Park because that's 3 times. So when you beat a side 3 times in a season, then you're going to have to face them in a grand final if they get there.
It's funny though, grand final chucks out the wobbly, doesn't it?
Does.
Well, that's the thing. You only got to beat them once. I know that's what Churnside Park was saying last week before they lost to Surrey by 100 points. They were saying we only have to beat Silvan once if we get a chance. So maybe that'll be Noble's form guide. But just I think that Premier Division, it's the one where I can see a team from outside the top 2 getting there. In every other division, I know obviously Don Vale got there yesterday, but that one was a bit different. But no one gave Churnside or Kilsyth the chance. No one. I know Mitcham got to the prelim as the home team, but I didn't think Mitcham were any chance.
To touch on that one, Mooroolbark yesterday 13-12-90 defeated Mitcham 9-9-63, and I think you're right, Matt and Josh. I think for majority of the season, and probably right up until that qualifying final, we were saying that it is East Ringwood, Mooroolbark, and then it's daylight. So we probably backtracked a bit of that after that loss, but they clearly one of the best 2 sides of the season.
Yeah, and Mitcham as well. You got to give a shout out to them. They had they put together a pretty good season.
Amazing season to finish 3rd and get a finals win under their belt in Division 1 is massive.
Yeah, and against Mooroolbark too, who as you mentioned, Ryan, they've been one of the 2 best sides in Division 1, but it was just they ran out of legs, it seems like yesterday, that 3rd quarter where Mooroolbark, they kicked 5 goals and kept Mitcham to only 2 points. It's a bit of a problem. I think they've got the youth as well. It's just about getting that experience and getting those younger players a little bit fitter for Mitcham if they are to, really contend in the next couple of years and, possibly push up to Premier Division sometime soon. But got to give credit to Mooroolbark. We start to doubt them after that Mitcham win, but they fought back and they're in really good touch now and in good form heading into a massive clash against East Ringwood.
Yeah, you're right. And Jai Jordan's an interesting one. He was key yesterday. He kicked 3, and he's probably
out of form.
He's going to have to play well again next week, I think, if there any chance to beat East Ringwood, Matt.
Well, they need him to play well because they'll probably need Mullet to play the most midfield minutes he's played all year to beat East Ringwood. But, they beat them earlier in the year. They ran over the top of them. And that game we watched out at East Ringwood, I know Baroni is a lot bigger, but, that was, they only lost by 3 goals. And it was ill discipline at the end of the 2nd quarter and at the start of the 4th quarter that cost them the game in that one, Ryan. So I think it's the matchup we all wanted. I know Brash tweeted that yesterday that, as much as everyone would have loved to see Mitcham going because they're a powerhouse club over the course of 50 years and have a great following. Eastern and Murrumbak was the matchup we wanted.
Certainly were. They were the best two sides of the year. So we are going to take another break here at the Eastlands Match of the Day. It is the Division 4 Grand Final, Silvan and Surrey Park.
Check out world-class table tennis this week at Eastland as they host the International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships. Professional players from 10 countries around the region will be competing. Australia will be strong favourites after bringing home 6 medals from the Com Games. So come and experience world-class table tennis this week at Eastland. There's giveaways, pop-up treats and more. The International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships this week at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Eastlands Match of the Day, the Division 4 EFNL Grand Final between Silvan at Surrey Park out here at East Burwood Reserve. Currently the reserves game taking place. 14 minutes gone in that final term. Surrey Park are running away with it. 7-11-53. Forest Hill 2-4-16. So a great start to the day for the Panthers. We're going to touch on that game shortly, but just quickly, another game that's happening today, an important one, a preliminary final in Division 2. It's Ringwood and East Burwood out at Walker Park. So an interesting matchup there, Josh. They played a couple of weeks ago and we're all out of that game. And it was reasonably close. Both sides didn't make their chances in the first half. And then from then on, the experience of Ringwood really, really showed and they ran away with it quite comfortably. The big out for them is No Burden. So he kicked 4 last time and was really a real hassle for him. But then you talk about East Burwood's out, still no Mariani and Martini out as well. So they're going to be, really struggling in that midfield, I think.
Yeah, that was not the biggest point of concern in that game. It was more their outside run, as I mentioned on the weekend forecast. They, usually that outside run of theirs is usually on its game, but just that day, Ringwood really stifled that and took advantage of it, especially in that final quarter, and ran away with it. And that's what I think is going to get them over the line. They've got that experience. No burden, doesn't matter. They've still got players like, Jack Blythe, who didn't play that first game, second semi-final, qualifying final, I beg your pardon. They've still got Mitch Jackson, Sam Wadley, plenty of experience. Daniel Jordanov, Jet Latchford, who's been terrific in ruck and was terrific against Zach Hanlon the time we saw them. So, yeah, East Bell do have plenty of talent. Still got Chris Pateri in midfield, Jason Kennedy with that experience, Zach Hanlon. Up forward, you've got Braden Barlow and Marcus Young, who I don't think like match of the rounds too much. They haven't kicked many goals in front of us, but I'm expecting a big game from both of those players. And yeah, it could be an interesting contest. I just think Ringwood, I reckon they're a class above East Bellwood. Thankfully, there isn't too many East Bellwood people in here.
Yeah,
but
be careful who's behind you. But
Ringwood, they've just got too much experience, and yeah, it's theirs to lose. I would be really shocked if East Bellwood got up.
And Matt, as fantastic the Rams have been this season, they've been a bit of a surprise, and just how good they've been. Surely today, end of the line.
Yeah, I think so. You said Burton's out, but I guess the injuries will worry East Bellwood today, and then Ringwood won't be too worried about Burton until next week because they need goals against Surrey Park. Sorry, not Surrey Park, South Belgrave. You can tell my brain's that up this weekend. But yeah, I think East Bellwood, last week they were pretty tired too. You watched the last few minutes of that Bronia game too. They were out on their feet, and really Bronia had 4 more scoring shots. Jared Lake kicks that behind or kicks a goal after the siren, and all of a sudden East Bellwood have gone out in straight sets, whereas Ringwood were, at the 15-minute mark of the last quarter tied up with South Belgrave. So yeah, I think class above. East Bellwood's just like they need to have that polish and system that comes after 2 or 3 years to break down Ringwood's defensive six. But it's again East Bellwood. They've come up 2 divisions in 3 seasons and 4 or 5 years or whatever it is, and they're competing in a prelim final. So
yeah, it's a big achievement.
Yeah, I think and in terms of that, and it'll be about for them. It's about the next stage, because I believe Stewie Wine's going to wind up his time at the club as coach, and they're Mariani. This hamstring injury, it's meant to be off the bone. That's the thing I've heard. So that can be a long time recovery. And the rest of their squad, there's only about 2 or 3 blokes that are over the age of 25. So it is about the next step for that East Bellwood squad. But yeah, I think Ringwood, Gav, today, they deserve to go to a 4th straight grand final under Brett Rowe, and it'll be different for them if they do make it this time, because they can come in with no favouritism tag over them. It won't be about choking. It'll be about maybe being the upsetter.
Yeah. I think this year is, after all we've been through and teams that have built, we're getting some just desserts. Like I think the grand final for Mooroolbark, East Ringwood is good. Waverley Blues winning the premiership, and I think Ringwood deserve a chance at winning a premiership too. And give them a chance to play is probably...
Even if it's just for Brett Rowe, it's a pretty incredible record. 4 years, he's only lost about 6 games, and 3 of them in grand finals or something like that.
But what they've changed is they no longer have the gun full forward. He's gone up the road. But the pressure around the ball and the full court press, so to speak, the full field pressure has been... It's been fantastic. So that's what will get them through. Personnel is just personnel sometimes when you've got a game that everyone buys into, and that's why Ringwood will, in my opinion, win today.
Yeah, and they'll want Jordanov to have a big game, because last week, from all points against South Barrow, the difference was when South Barrow just dumped the ball inside forward 50, one of the Garners or Tim Smith marked it. If Ringwood don't get a clean break, quick ball movement inside forward 50, they don't have someone to take a clunk except Jordanov, and he couldn't mark them. He just didn't have a good marking day in the second semi-final, or the qualifying final, whatever it was, Josh. If Jordanov can find a bit of form there, a bit of confidence in his marking ability, he might be the thing that closes that 3-goal gap from last week.
Yeah, and I don't think that really is his natural position. He's
a ruck forward rather than a forward.
And yeah, he might still be adapting to it. I think he's only played the 8 games so far this season, and pretty much most of them in the second half. And he's done really well. He's kicked plenty of goals, but yeah, he needs to have a big game, get that confidence heading into what would be a pretty big grand final against South Belgrave out at Walker Park. And yeah, it is Ringwood's to lose, and it is the perfect chance for Jordanov to get into form. Whilst East Bellwood, they do have players like Eddie Rixton who could go to him down back. I just think they don't have many real standout defenders. Maxwell's, he's a defender, but he's more of that intercept defender. And yeah, I think he needs a big game, get him into form heading into the grand final.
Absolutely, and we will be getting updates from that game from Matt Spot only, I'm sure, across the afternoon.
Only if he's Builder in front.
Yeah, probably. Good point there. But jumping into this game, the big one, the grand final between Surrey Park and Silvan. Gab were here last week against the Surrey Park Churnside Park prelim, the Panther off. It was a fascinating game because. Yeah, look, they were always on top, and it was just that third quarter that they really put the ball, their score on the ball. But they never looked like losing. But I don't know how much you can take from it because it's they're not going to get that sort of free run that they did in the third quarter because it looked like a training drill last week.
Yeah, even out of position, they took marks and everything went their way. But that was because they tackled hard around the core of the contest. They created their own opportunities, so they can carry that into this game. Yes, they won't have defenders trailing them by 5 metres so they can take an uncontested mark. That won't happen today. So they're going to have to be more deliberate in their passing. For the first half, I think they struggled with connecting and hitting targets, and it was just momentum that got score on the board. In the third quarter, it just clicked.
Yeah, their ball movement in the second half was much, much better last week. I agree with you, Gav. But it will be interesting to see how they transition into playing a team that, like you said, then they're going to be none of this 5 metres on your full back or, being able to, I think there was a period of play when I was Bender, I think James Kenworthy had the ball, probably the defensive side of the Eastland logo, and was able to hit a 50-metre switch into the far centre circle. And I don't think he kicked it well, but there was no pressure on him. There was no pressure on the guy trying to take a mark. There won't be any of that today. And it'll be interesting to see how Surrey Park's game, where they do like to take the corridor, it's risk-reward. If it comes off, they can get goals on the board, but it also risks that the Silvan guys, and as Michael Palini, Bissell's and so on, if they cut it off, Silvan's forward line, you get one-on-ones, it's going to be hard to contain them. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly Surrey Park can adjust to playing a team that hadn't really run out of gas.
And Josh, I think one thing that's really impressed me last week was the midfield guys like Kennedy, Smart and Smith. Looking at Silvans, though, and we were talking about this off air, they've still got some real talented players in there, as we hear Blake Tennant in the background, Surrey Park, reserves premiers. I'm sure you're happy with that. But looking at Silvan's midfield and James Charge, if he plays in the ruck, you talked about him maybe going forward as well. He's been really, really strong with the club with recruiting, coming to the club this season and been really important for them. What's it going to be like, that battle in the midfield? Because is that the area that Surrey Park can get on top?
Yeah, and that's what Michael Paolini and James Kenworthy mentioned to me earlier in the week as well when I chatted to him. It's going to be one between the arcs. And James Charge as well, he's coming off a reported hamstring injury, and it's a bit interesting that he's listed in ruck, and I would have thought maybe he'd play a little bit of a different role, given it's only been 2 weeks since that hamstring injury. Maybe it might have been somewhat of a minor one, but yeah, it's going to be one in there. If James Charge does get on top, it'll go a long way, but I would trust Jacob Woodfall in there as well. He's very athletic. He's very athletic. He plays somewhat as a fourth midfielder as well. He's got that agility. He's got a pretty good leap, and yeah, it's going to be one. It's going to be one lost in midfield, and whoever gets on top for even the slightest bit in that midfield battle will go a long way towards them getting the victory.
And Gab, we've talked about a lot this season with the Silvan forward line. Obviously, they're quite attacking side, and I think it's going to be a pretty attacking first game. I don't think it's as good as their defences are. I think this could end up being a shootout because both sides have got those targets up forward that can kick a bag. Kimpton and Ficarelli have been really important for Silvan. But they're going to have to step up because Surrey Park have probably managed them pretty well in their times that they've, the two sides have met.
Well, there's more than 8 players that are into double figures, but that's because it's bloated out by the competition itself. So Silvan, sometimes they have it all their own way. So there's no true reflection. But if we go back to the head-to-head battles, at least Surrey, if they can break even in the middle, then they've got their own opportunities to counter. And the best way to defend sometimes is to keep going forward. You won't see Surrey Park slow it up and chip around, potentially because they don't have that skill set to do so. They're more about winning at the contest and being being a tackling side. So that's what they'll bring to the party. Yes, it might open up, but that's because I reckon the skill, there'll be pressure on the ball, the kicker, and that's where turnovers could be creative in terms of score. So, yeah, it might open up, but also I think around the core of the contest, it's going to be pretty ferocious, and it might be an arm wrestle for a little bit.
And Josh, looking at Surrey Park's backline, who probably had a free ride in the second half. They didn't have to do too much work in that third quarter. Who in that side do you think probably plays on a Kimpton and a Frickerley? And is it just a one-on-one sort of battles, or do they do more of a sort of a team structure?
Well, I heard as well, Riley Tempany has gotten the job on Lee Kimpton the last couple of meetings, and it's his 100th Surrey Park game as well. So we congratulate him on
There's
getting
a couple of milestones, isn't it?
Yeah, I know there's Riley Tempany who has 100 games. Not too sure about others, but yeah, it's a great effort to get to 100 games, and yeah, he's going to play a big role because he's had that job on Lee Kimpton these last couple of weeks, and he's done really well. Bar that second semi-final where he conceded 4 goals, I think he's only kicked maybe 10 goals against Surrey Park this year, and that was including when they first won earlier in the year. I'm not too sure on who would get the job on Ficcarelli. Maybe Noah Bennett might get that role. We saw him last week. He was named in the best. He did rebound pretty well, but I reckon he'd be more of that shutdown defender or shutdown small defender. So he'll probably get the job on Ficcarelli. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what James Kenworthy does with. It's obviously going to be Tempany who gets the job on Kimpton, but very interested to see who gets Ficcarelli.
And we've got a minute here, Gab, before we go to our last ad break before the big game. But I'm going to throw one at you. I want a tip and a best on for today's game. It's a bit of a throw you on the bus here, but
well, look, I think it might be a close one. I reckon we'll go close to extra time, but I feel like the middle of the ground, I reckon Silvan will get up, and James Charge, being the best player all year, dominant ruckman. I reckon if Silvan win, he'll be one of their best.
And Josh, the same question. I know who you're going to tip, but give us a tip, a margin, and who you think is going to be best on.
Yeah, no need to ask that. Sorry, I think it's probably going to be single digit. No, I don't think it'll be single digit. I reckon it'll be 2 goals. Best on ground. I think I went for the forward for the weekend forecast, but I think it's going to be Ryan Kennedy. His experience in midfield is going to be crucial, and he's going to step up, I reckon, today like he did last week. So he'll probably get the blue ribbon medal.
And myself, I think if it's going to be close, Surrey might win. So I may go Silvan by about 3 to 4 goals, and I'll give Ficcarelli best on. But we are going to go to our final break. It's the EFNL match of the day, the Eastlands match of the day between Silvan and Surrey Park, Division 4 Grand Final.
Check out world-class table tennis this week at Eastland as they host the International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships. Professional players from 10 countries around the region will be competing. Australia will be strong favourites after bringing home 6 medals from the Com Games. So come and experience world-class table tennis this week at Eastland. There's giveaways, pop-up treats and more. The International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships this week at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome on and all to the 2022 EFNL Division 4 Senior Grand Final live from East Burwood Reserve, where the Silvan Cats and the Surrey Park Panthers will battle it out for not just premiership glory, but for promotion into Division 3. Nice crowd here building up at East Burwood Reserve for this massive clash, and we should be in for an absolute ripper between the two top sides in Division 4. We also welcome our listeners on 98.1 Eastland FM to the coverage. We're also broadcasting live on the EFNL's Facebook and YouTube page, plus the SEN app. I'm Josh Ward, hosting for pretty much the rest of this game. Joining me in the calling chair, Gavin Casey. Gavin, Division 4 Grand Final. Grand Final weekend is finally here. Must be excited to be back calling a Grand Final.
Oh, definitely. These are special days. The great thing is at this stage is everyone's up. Everyone's up, and we've had a great week, and with the expectation, it's not nervous from probably to this morning, I reckon. The players start going, well, this is real. There's even pressure on me to do well, just because I want to. And, it can affect people in different ways. I remember my one grand final. It was a bit of a blur now, but the excitement was, it's what you play footy for. So with the expectation and what's ahead, this is the great thing about footy. And then at the end, you get one winner who can enjoy themselves.
Did you win the grand final?
Yeah, we did.
See, I never got there, Josh, and I know you were showing me pictures during the week of the flag at the Surrey Park Juniors. I never got there. I got to a prelim and we lost by about 80 points, and that was it. So I've never been able to experience the day, and but very excited, man. Yesterday was a big build-up, and look, it's a massive achievement just to make it here for any club in any division. It's always a big achievement, and I'm really looking forward to it because these are two sides who would really deserve a flag, and it would be great to see, a bit of success and a bit of history.
Josh, question to you. What do you think a club that hasn't had experience in Grand Final Day but is on a bit of a run and is excited, how do you feel the first quarter will go? Is there positive energy that will turn into good football, or is there, we don't know what this is like, nervous energy that might make it go a bit flat early?
Yeah, I think they are coming in good form, whilst, they still might be a little down given they did lose to Silvan thanks to what was a phenomenal second half from them. I think they kicked I don't think they kicked it behind in that second half as well, but they'll be very up and about just because, they're coming off a really good second half themselves. They're going to be, they're probably going to have an aura of positive energy, just to put it at that. And it's a big occasion for the club. It's one of 7 grand finals for them. You've got 5 junior sides playing grand finals. One of them won earlier this morning as well, the under 14s. You've got the reserves where the medal presentation is just taking place, and they won that quite comfortably in the end as well. And you've got the senior grand final as well, and you've got other grand finals from under 18s in the YJFL down to under 11s. So it's definitely going to be positive energy, and I reckon they'll look to channel that for this big game. And it's their first ever grand final, and for Silvan, it's a big occasion. It's a big occasion too. Their second ever EFNL grand final, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. And Gav, what does this do to see a reserve side win a flag just before, and they're out there now as well? I always like that as a club because we saw yesterday the Waverley Blues in a thriller got over in the reserves, and then the grand final side, the senior side, eventually getting over the line across against John Vale. So does that just give you that that little bit of a lift because it's just huge?
Well, you would have 50 guys training on Thursday, about 25 trying to get into the main game. So what happens is everyone's excited, and what I saw before they getting the medals now is that the players ran out and deliberately went for the pat on the back. There's 22 guys out there that they wanted to congratulate. So that is, yes, a bit of generosity of time, but also that's the coach going, get out there, get on the buzz. We want to be up for it. It could go flat too. But the one thing is that they're doing warm-ups now. So I think they've had their moment just to recognise their mates and get something out of it. But now it's all about business. So I reckon it was good that they acknowledge that the club did something special and their mates can only be a positive, I reckon.
Absolutely. And Josh, just something I wanted to touch on that we probably didn't speak about in the pre-game. Both sides are playing coaches. So is that, is it a reason why both sides play this really attacking, fast footy? And we saw what Surrey Park could do in that third quarter, really with the scoreboard, and Silvan's done it all year. So is that sort of a thing with the playing coach, or what does that aspect of the game bring?
I think it would be. We've seen other, playing coaches, exclude Chrisanakis as well, who, Doncaster, I think he talked about it a while back on the Monday recovery. He was, more built for that defensive style of play. But, most playing coaches, you've got the likes of Robert Nahas, he likes to attack a little bit. Tom Langford, we've all seen what Waverley Blues can do an attack. And you've got Trent Martin, who I think is playing a bit more defence. And you've got James Kenworthy as well, who both like to attack well, clearly. So, yeah, I think it is probably a thing amongst playing coaches that they like to attack. And I'm expecting, whilst yesterday wasn't the greatest depiction of a attacking show from the looks of things, and, that was probably because of nerves amongst the side and teams missing chances, it's probably going to be a really attacking matchup between these two.
Yeah, certainly, Gavin. Look, last week, as we touched on in the pre-game, they're not going to get that sort of easy run in the midfield. They're going to be challenged, and I think it's set up to be a pretty even game because clearly they match up quite well against them.
Oh, definitely. I think what Surrey like to do is Kennedy seems to be that release player out of the middle, and we saw Harry's best on ground last week. So I think he's going to be very important, whether Silvan go a lockdown role on Kennedy, but vice versa, the strength around the contest for Silvan, does that change the way Surrey Park go into around the contest? Do you think, Josh?
I'm not too sure. I think just on Ryan Kennedy, he probably might not get like a shutdown role because most of Silvan's midfielders, you've got the likes of Darcy Turnbull running through there, and I think you've got Warren Schmidt who's listed in there as well. The co-captain Matteo D'Alfonso, Patrick Travers. I don't feel like they'd really be shut down midfield.
So they're going to go head to head, you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon it'll probably be Ryan Kennedy and Patrick Travers in the first centre bounce. I wouldn't be too surprised. They're probably, the two best midfielders. Surrey might try a shutdown role on someone like a Travers who clearly might have had an impact when Silva did win that second semi-final. He wasn't there for the two games that Surrey Park won. So they might do that, but I think it's probably going to be more head-to-head, and it's not going to change anything. And I just want to have a look at the two lineups as well. Only one inclusion for Surrey Park. Josh Garvin goes out, but in comes Mitch Gale, the vice-captain. He's a pretty big inclusion as well in midfield. 17 games, he's kicked 5 goals, and he's been named 6 times in the best. He'll add plenty more to the midfield, the former Blackburn junior. And yeah, they really do have the midfield to take it up. And it could be up to others who step up today, Ryan, like, your Daniel Smarts and your Tom Smith, and we've seen that can take that step up today.
Yeah, certainly, and they all played a pivotal role last week in their win against Churnside, and one player also that I think we gave an award to, the workman of the day, Jack McLaren, was really fantastic, and he's played well. I think both times we've watched him, Josh, this year. That other game early in the season against Churnside, he was also really influential again. So, and I think him pretty well. What's what sort of role do you think he has today, and do you see that being another crucial player, because he's certainly been that player in the last couple of times we've seen.
He's going to enjoy the fact that we said he's had 2 fantastic games when we've seen him. He's played more as that intercept defender, rebounding from defensive 50. Well, obviously from defence, since George Haynes has come back into the lineup. So usually it's George Haynes, and George Haynes and Riley Tempany usually would get the two key forwards. Noel Bennett would, sometimes rebound, but Jack McLaren, he's probably, more of that interceptor, looking to rebound, higher up the ground, looking to rebound as well. So yeah, he'll probably play that type of role once more today.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure we get a word from the boys on the boundary in a second. Josh, are they down there?
I'm
Are they
not
ready for us?
I'm not too sure. Tonsils, let's go down to you, mate. Blake Tennant and Trent Cullen on the boundary.
Welcome. Look, this is incredible. Like, the crowd is absolutely building down here as we speak. As you can see, there is a massive flag here. I'm just saying with blue and white here, and as well. But I just want to do this. I think Jono said this as well. If Surrey Park win today, can we get Joshy Ward in the rooms today? That's just what I want to see after the game when Surrey win. My tip today, I'm going to go, fortunately, I think Silvan, they've just been the best side all year in Division 4. So I'm going to go Silvan by 16 points.
G'day, boys. Hopefully you boys have a good call today. Good luck with all that. My tip will probably be Surrey Park. I'm hoping for a bit of a double like we saw with the Waverley Blues. Bit of cloud cover above, and the crowd's slowly building into a nice one.
Boys, just the conditions down there. Well, there was a bit of a wind last week picking up to that the right side of the screen. Is that a major factor today, or is it not too bad down there?
It's not really. Like, it's just a little bit, but nothing too big. If the wind was here, if you do get the camera on as well, it's probably going to go to the left of the screen where the wind is. So I feel like that's where the wind will definitely go. Yeah.
Boundary riders Blake Tennant and Trent Callan down there did a fantastic job as well, calling the reserves grand final, which saw Surrey Park. I think they won 7-13, 55 to 2-4-16. So kind of hoping it's something similar, a bit more high scoring, but.
We want a close one, though, Josh.
Yes,
we don't want a complete one-sided Surrey Park game.
Well, do you reckon it could be as close as that grand final yesterday, or a bit more high scoring as well, Ryan?
Oh, I definitely think it's going to be more high scoring because I think yesterday's game, I think both clubs are a bit more defensive minded. The Waverley Blues have been a really attacking side, but they've got a really good defensive structure, and so do Donvale. So. It's sort of evened out between each other. I think this game's going to be possibly a bit more of a shootout between the two clubs, which is good for us. But Gav, I kind of feel like if it's close, Surrey might just edge across the line with the reserves winning, and then their big day, their first grand final in the EFNL. So if it's close, I have that feeling that Surrey may. Get across the line.
The reason I would potentially agree with you is because they've got electric X-Factor forwards, Surrey in Can and Falahe, whereas an Oberu is so aggressive around the ball, he just creates a bit of the spills just come after he gets amongst it. But I just wonder, in terms of structure, if Surrey Park will play much of a zone defence in terms of do they need to guard space with Lee Kimpton being such a great hit up forward? Is there a way of countering the 107 goal kicker in terms of the way they go about it? Because, we do look forward to the electric open forward line of Surrey Park, but if it's open for Silvan, Surrey might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, that's right. And Josh, yourself, is that something you would expect today, or?
I think they'll probably go man. I think they'll probably go man on man for Kimpton. I think he's been kept to only 10 goals this season against Surrey Park. 4 of those coming in the second semi-final. I reckon Riley Tempany's done a good job on him. They might, Jack McLaren might look to zone off and look to intercept whilst Riley Tempany does that role on Kimpton. But, that was similar to, I think, Ben Turner and Jack Strongman yesterday for Waverley Blues, the role they did on Nick Murphy. But it will be very interesting to see. And by the way, as well, first time we get to see Silvan this year on the big stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we've got to, we've got to give them more credit because they've just been incredible this season. Dominant. They sort of took the Coldstream role last year. Coldstream were a bit better because they didn't lose and they won every game by, I think the closest anyone got to them was 5 goals. So at least Silvan have had that bit of a rival in Surrey Park. But look, definitely probably the best side all season.
They definitely have been. And, I think it was more that forward line that that's been the key factor for Silvan. We're going to go to another ad break here before the first bounce. When we return, we'll give you the Division 4 Grand Final between Silvan and Surrey Park.
Check out world-class table tennis this week at
Beside me, we've got a guy in the special comments chair and hoping to do some stats as well. Jono Ben, I think this is your first Division 4 game. JV, must be pretty excited, mate.
Yes, it would be, and I must say as well, Wardy, that reserves game would have been pretty special for the Surrey Park Panthers, and they had the chance to do the double again today. The good news is my computer's awake. It died just before the game, but let's hope it holds up and I'll be able to get some stats to you guys and to everyone else. Enjoy the day today. It's going to be fantastic.
Oh, Jono, tip from you as well. We've gone through everyone.
Surrey Park to do the double.
Best on ground as well.
I don't really know much about the Surrey Park Panthers, unfortunately, but I'll have to go with whoever Wardy said was best on ground. Let's just go with that.
Ryan Kennedy. Well, Ryan Kennedy was my best on ground. We'll stick with that. As both teams are out onto the ground now, we're just going to wait for a little bit for the pre-game ceremony. It's a big clash, and there are other big clashes as well. We'll keep you up to date to those scores around the grounds, of course. We've got the South Croydon Doncaster East Premier Division first semi-final out at Central Reserve. We touched on that a little bit. I want to touch on that a little bit more. This is a pretty big game between the Bulldogs and the Lions, Ryan. South Croydon, 8 wins in a row. Doncaster East, they're coming off a really impressive win against Vaughan. It's set up to be a pretty interesting clash.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the winner will take on Noble Park next week in a preliminary final, Gav. But I had my hesitations with South Croydon last week. I just didn't think their ball movement was fantastic. They looked like they were a bit slow at times, a bit second-guessing themselves, which is different from their last 7 weeks before that because they were really pumping sides in their attacking side once they get going. But they've got to, maybe it's a confidence thing, but they've got to get that back.
I've got memories of watching Zerby's Reserve, South, Donny East. They murdered South Croydon that day, and they were just they've got the overlap run even off half back when they're not winning it out of the middle. So they've got that great power of charging out of the middle. They've got so many great midfielders, but their transition football can be quite quick, sometimes too quick for their own forward line. But I'm really impressed by Donny East this year. South Croydon, strength in defence, but they might lose out in the middle, I think.
Yeah, and I've been really impressed with Doncaster East too. I've got good memories of Zerby's Reserve as well. That was actually where I won my under-11s premiership, so it brings back good memories. But both teams are getting into position for the pre-game ceremony. We're going to just cross down shortly to our Master of Ceremonies and for the Australian National Anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to East Burwood Reserve for today's Eastland Division 4 Senior EFNL Grand Final between Silvan and Surrey Park. We begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today and pay respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Would you now please be upstanding and join with the players, coaches and the umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia
A rousing rendition of the Australian National Anthem there. Siren sounds ahead of this massive Division 4 EFNL Senior Grand Final between the Silvan Cats and the Surrey Park Panthers. Both teams getting into their huddles. A big clash it is indeed. Not too sure where each side is kicking to, but I'll keep on saying this. It's a big clash.
Well, this is the moment, boys. This is the nerves. I reckon that the 5 minutes before you get out there is just probably the toughest bit. And once they're just so keen to get and play, they've just got to start. Once I think we're going boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just going to follow up there. Surrey Park, I think they won the toss and they were kicking to the left of screen. I just saw one of the players point. The ground is it's okay. It's actually lived really well down here. It's very nice and
He's even doing a ground report, tonsils.
It's a little bit wet, but I think it'll be fine. So that's the ground report there, guys.
Sorry if you're listening on the radio, on your radio dial. Surrey Park kicking to the left or to the Burwood Highway, and Silvan kicking to the right or to the Highbury Road end of the ground. Both teams just about to get into position. James Kenworthy as well, starting as the deepest forward. So that'll be interesting to see how that one goes. It's Riley Tempany that has gone the job on Lee Kempton as well. Just waiting for umpires. It is a massive afternoon, just about to get underway here. Umpire holds the ball off. Division 4 EFNL Grand Final underway. Gavin Casey.
Big contest, Rucks go at it, charge, does so, goes and knocks it forward, and running at ground level. Big tackle by the Surrey Park player in Smart, applying it in the middle against Straw, and it is a kick forward to Surrey Park, but a nice intercept mark as he drifts in front of the approaching Colopy, and it's the opposite number, 33, at Haig, who now does the switch across the defensive 50. Bouncing ball's not good for Dixon. He's under a lot of pressure. He's got his coach in Martin to help him in the back pocket, and Martin looks at the line and says, "You're my saviour," and a lot of pressure on the defence of Silvan early, and with that transition kick not hitting the target, it's been trapped in the area for the Panthers going to the Burwood Highway end. First minute of this Division 4 2022 Grand Final. Silvan holding up in defence. They've been the number one side all year, but 2 home and away victories to Surrey Park means this is a great game ahead of us today, I would think. Silvan did win after a great second half in the semi to advance first to the grand final last week. Surrey off the ground for their first shot at goal as they won well last week in the preliminary final against Sherdside Park, but a kick off the ground from Kennedy when he rove the ruck contest, misses to the left, and first score in the grand final goes to Surrey Park. They lead by that score.
So Jamie Hager began to take the kick in here. Probably will be getting most of the kicking duties today. He goes to the far side here, got the target, and that is his coach, Trent Martin. Takes a good sliding mark there, goes further up the field. A one-on-one, good spoil there from Riley Tempany on Lee Kempton, goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So a wholly contested start already. Surrey looking really good with their pressure, right?
Yeah, certainly. That tackle at the start of the game that got them that first inside 50 was huge, and their pressure around the ball is going to be really key, as I mentioned, to win this game.
As Michael Paolini said in pre-game, 150 tackles last week, which is a super impressive effort. As James Charge gets the tap, tries to look for Jared Dietzel, but goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
And they also created that perceived pressure. So even when, Chernside Park were going for the ball, they were fumbling it and they were dropping it because they were worried about who was around them. So that's what you can create with a lot of pressure early on in a game, especially a grand final.
Indeed, as Charge got the tap down there, he's looking to find, I think that was Ficcarelli on hands and knees, but it's Colopy who's going to get the ball inside 50. Smith, a good spoil from behind there from Trent Martin. Calls for a free kick for Surrey Park, but immediately pressured there. I think that was Cal Garvin running in from the wing, and it's going to be a ball up there. Inside 50 once more, though, Surrey Park, and a big chance here for the first goal of the match. It's Aburu in ruck against Martin. Aburu got the taps, looking for Smart. It's going to be a holding the man free kick going the way of Ryan Kennedy, the best on ground for Surrey Park last week, and here's a chance for Kennedy to kick his first goal early on when his first goal last week came in the fourth term, Ryan.
Yeah, certainly, and he's the one to watch, as we said in the pre-game. A couple of people here have picked him for the best on, so he's an important player.
So he'll probably kick right on the 50-metre line. Distance might be a problem. It's directly in front, not going to make the distance. From behind, that was Cam, nearly took the mark, but it just trickled out of bounds. Jesus, Nick Cam.
He got up, didn't he?
He really did. That could have been.
It was nearly a chest mark.
It nearly was, but the amount of time he was up in the air, just simply remarkable. But it's going to be a ball in. Jesse Owen against Jaro Aburu. Owen got the tap down, looking for Travis, I beg your pardon. They're going to get the clearance here. Silvan get the handball forward there from Straw. They're going to go forward once more here through Matteo D'Alfonso, but it's gone out of bounds on the fall. Good pressure there. I think that was Cal Garvin, and Surrey have the chance to go forward.
Strap yourselves in, folks. I mean, that little act at the teeth of goal there, set the precedent for today's game.
Duran's kick from there was a turnover immediately marked by Turnbull. He's got a short on. He finds his teammate in Bonafidini. His kick down the line is good, so good possession play here for the Cats. The Alfonso's got it. He's spearing a ball and half forward. They're keeping control of the Cats. Nicely done into the hands of Schmidt. Schmidt looks up his options inside 50. Nearly 2 grabs at it. No mark for Silvan. So it's a rebound kick in a hurry for Surrey Park, but it goes straight to Martin. Martin, the coach, playing on, gets it to Smith. Smith's under a heap of pressure, got time to get out of 2 tacklers, gives it back to Martin, who just puts it high up and under the half forward, and the spill comes from the big contest of a pack of 4, and it's out of bounds at half forward. So good control there in Silvan until they got inside 50.
Yeah, certainly, and they've just settled in because Surrey Park have come out really strong and had most of the possessions and locked it in their forward half, so just a couple of minutes to settle down and get inside 50
Well, that was one
really
of
handy.
the longest boundary throw-ins ever. It went out the back, so it might advantage Silvan if Lemon could run onto it. He had to run around it before he could face towards goal. Then he just jumped on it, and that's how the umpire said you're holding the ball. So in the middle of East Burwood Reserve, it is Woods with the ball. Long ball, 3 versus 2. Silvan got some numbers just because Kenworthy fell off the contest. Couldn't apply himself, though, as a secondary tackler. Now Silvan just bundle it outside their defensive 50. They've got some players with Dietzel getting it, but he's tackled just as he tries to get out away from defence, and it's a boundary throw in 40 metres from the Panthers' goal.
Josh, umpire's already hot on those holding the ball free kicks.
They
it's
are
a couple early.
2 free kicks to Surrey Park already, so a positive start for them from the umpire's point of view, as it's Owen against Aburu. Owen, you give that tap down to, it's going to be Silvan who get the clearance here, looking to go forward, but again, out of bounds on the fall, nearly hitting our boundary riders there. Trying to get into camera view there, Jono.
Just on that, to the boundary riding lads, if you can get a golden fist in, please let us know.
As Jacob Woodfall will look to go inside 50, looking for Smith, but it's going to be intercepted here from Trent Martin, who's looked really good early on, Ryan.
Yeah, he has. He's had plenty of the ball.
And he
made a statement early.
And he was best on ground. Gets the handball back here to Steininger. Looks to go for the short target. Tempany dropped the mark. Parker Fox in there, but it's going to be Mitch Gull, the only inclusion for Surrey Park today, who gets the ball clear. Out the back here, there's plenty of Surrey Park numbers. Parker Fox, they're going to try to get the ball clear, but it's going to be a free kick going the way of Riley Tempany, so another chance for Surrey Park to go forward and kick it and get inside 50. Tom Smith dropped the mark. It just fell short. Daniel Lemon gets
Did he
it
cut
out of
one in the
bounds
head?
on
He's
ball.
holding his...
He nearly did get one, but he's all good. Jono?
James, one thing I'm noticing early is there's a lot of incidental contact around the below the knees region, so this is one to look out for from both sides.
Charge front position, Woodfull did well in the contest. Smart was good in roving it, but he ran into a wall of tacklers, and he'll be held up 50 metres from the Panthers' goal as they kick towards the Burwood Highway end. Kennedy's applied the quick rush behind for Surrey Park to lead by a point early in this 2022 grand final. Trying to run through a pack of players with Turnbull, but he got the ball knocked out of his grasp, and the rebound goes all the way. Finds Smith on his own in the forward line. He shrugs a tackle, and from 30 metres out, he celebrates the first goal of the grand final. Tom Smith is on the board. Surrey Park 1-1-7, leading by that margin.
And how important was that one? Because they've controlled this game for the first 5 minutes, and they needed that, reward for their effort, and especially on the scoreboard. So important one, and he's been a really key player for Surrey Park, Josh.
He has been a real star this year. I think that's maybe his 18th or 19th. It's his 19th goal in his first senior season as well. 18th game as well. 8 times in the best and 2 best on grounds. He has been simply phenomenal. And I think in that first win as well against Silvan, he kicked 4 goals. He's going to play a big role as Jacob Woodfall got the tap down. Looking to get the clearance here is Tom Smith, but it's going to be holding the ball here to Silvan. It's going to go the way here of Lachlan Lynch. They're going to go inside 50. Are the Cats or just fall short? Creating a decent contest there. They get the handball away here through Turnbull. Chance here on the run there was Matthew Lowe, and Silvan immediately respond there through Matthew Lowe. They get their first goal on the board. They're one straight 6. Surrey Park 1-1-7.
And a great result. That started right in the middle with that tackle. The holding the ball, Gav, set that up, and they got inside 50. So 1 inside 50, 1 goal. It's a pretty good result for them. them because they've Surrey have certainly been on top early.
But look out for Turnbull's. He's like a rubber man, invasiveness to try to get through traffic. It didn't work out for him for the goal that cost against, but then he got the ball, ran through a gap, hand pass over the top and low. Beautiful from the pocket. So they'll go up again at 2 quick scores where we've got this grand final rocking and rolling now. Quick kick out as Charge won the tap and it's gone the way of Silvan. And again, it falls its way to Lynch, who had an arm over the shoulder from his defender. And it'll be a 50-metre punt for Lynch. Well, I'm not going to have a bet on him either way. It's 50-50, I reckon. But he might look at options. No leads are coming, so it's all up to you, says the Cats. Lachlan Lynch has very deliberate approach. He'll definitely try to get the distance to the Highbury Road end. He arcs off to the right. His ball just flops off the boot a little bit, goes into the pocket. It's still a disputed ball, and Surrey Park do hold up against a heap of pressure, and it'll be a ball up close to the boundary line as we take time to look at an exciting 10 minutes of this game. Surrey Park 1-1-7 leading Silvan 1 straight. It is Silvan attacking. They've got Charge there against Woodfull. Woodfull got good position, but a ground level ball is going to be hotly disputed, and it's out of bounds, and Gale sees it over for a boundary throw in as Silvan look to quickly add to their first goal that went too low on the run. Another boundary throw in. 10 metres around from the right behind post. Charge in back position. He works with some heavy pushing and it gets a ground level ball. Ficcarelli couldn't get a kick at goal. Now it's bouncing around. Schmidt just tries to take on tacklers and hoping for an over the shoulder. Couldn't get the free kick. The umpire sees it as a ball up 30 metres from goal. Jono, just a quick one before we get back in play.
Just in the score centre, it's quarter time between Ringwood and East Burwood. It's Ringwood 7-3-45, leading East Burwood 2-3-15.
So a good start there from Ringwood as Woodfull immediately tackles James Charge. It's a bit of a familiar feeling for East Burwood out there at Walker Park. They're down by a fair margin. They lost by a fair margin against Ringwood in the qualifying final. There's a kick in the air there. That was nearly potentially could have knocked someone out.
I don't often gasp, but that was a very high boot.
But we're going to get another ball up. It has been Silvan doing the attacking since that Surrey Park goal. Ficcarelli in behind the snap. It's just going through for a minus score.
He looks dangerous.
He does look really dangerous. Silvan 1-1-7, Surrey 1-1-7. Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I'll back you up there as well. Ringwood are losing a few players as well. I think Burden and a few others are missing as well. So couple big outs to Ringwood.
So it's tied up early in this Division 4 grand final. Long kick out for Surrey Park. They clear the area and it falls into the lap. Nicely done for McLaren. He's a great zoning defender. His kick into the corridor. Those diagonals can be dangerous and it's been chopped off by Travers. So Travers looks at his options. He now goes towards Kimpton in back position. What a mark with a Surrey Park defender.
George Haynes.
And George Haynes, he's got a big role to play today, but when you stand tall and take the mark, we're gaining good strength there. So his short pass didn't gain any ground, but it's all about possession at the moment for Surrey Park as they now go long out of defence. Got numbers, have Surrey Park with the fall of the ball. It's not relevant because it's a free kick. As Surrey Park, the Panthers have got it half back. Shorts on for Woods in the corridor, ignored. Long ball down to Oburu. He's late to the contest. He uses a fist and hip just to knock the ball free. He gets going again, but he can't get out of tackles. So it'll be a boundary throw in. Good transition there for Surrey Park to get it to half forward.
Yeah. You're right, Josh, and that's a pretty good result for him because Silvan quite a few numbers at the front of that pack. So to get it over the line and have a stoppage here, it's a good result.
It is a big win there for Surrey Park. Boundary throw in. Trent Martin against Jacob Woodfull, the youth against the experienced Woodfull. Got a fist forward there, looking to get the clearance there to Mitch Gale. Immediately pressures. A good tackle there. Also from Woodfull, Parker Fox goes the snap. Nick Cairns in the square. It somehow stayed in, and it's going to trickle. It's going to go out of bounds.
Wouldn't want it to be a 1-point game, would we?
I think
controversy.
I think Jesse Owen might have gotten the spoil there, and it somehow went out. It was either Jesse Owen or Jamie Haag, but it's a pretty good spoil there, handy spoil there for Silvan. But Surrey are on the attack here. Boundary throw in their forward pocket, kicking towards the Burwood highway, and Jacob Woodfull just takes it out of ruck, and it's going to be holding the ball. Pretty poor there from Woodfall, and it's going to be, not too sure who's going to get that free kick. It's going to go the way of Ditzel. So Silvan have the chance to rebound, which they've been doing for most of this quarter, and they've done really well as Ditzel goes wide, a one-on-one. Surrey win that one, but it's going to be Silvan who look to get the ball forward here, and Daniel Dixon on hands and knees. Surrey Park through Kennedy, get the ball forward. Jacob Woodfall applies the pressure. Kick away there from Trent Martin. It trickles out of bounds for a boundary throw, and so they're locking it in really well as Surrey Park, Ryan.
And their backline's been, they've certainly stood up in this first 10 minutes, and Trent Martin's been the leader, the general down there, and he's had his hands on the footy, and he's one to watch today.
He was best on ground last time as well against Surrey in that second semi-final. As I think he got the tap down there. It's going to be the clearance. It's going to be Stacks on here, right on the 45-metre arc here at East Burwood Reserve, so another ball up.
But Gav, the pressure's been good from both sides. A lot of tackling. There's not a lot of room, not a lot of space yet.
It's the easiest thing to do is those 1%ers.
As Owen just shrugs away. Jacob Woodfall gets the clearance. McLaren was there, went for the spoil. It's going to fall here for Kimpton, but on the hands and knees he is now, pressured well by McLaren and Bennett, and it's going to be a ball up. So it looks like they are looking to get two players onto Kimpton whenever.
Just to add to that point, if you're nervous and you want to get in the game, apply a tackle or jump on the ball.
Yeah.
Just do those small things that help out. You don't have to be clean with your possession, but if you apply some physicality, you can get yourself in the game.
Yep.
It's going to be a ball up. Just notice as well on Mitch Gale. He's got the nice ink on that right leg of his. I believe that's his preferred foot as well. Joe Brewer against Trent Martin, the two secondary ruckman. Travis Strength just gets the clearance there. They're going to go inside 50 here as Silvan. Ficcarelli picks up the ball, gets the handball away here to Dixon. Immediately pressured by only the second senior game for Jack Woods, and it's going to be a ball up at Silvan, moving that ball forward now, and they have a chance to kick their second goal in a row.
Trent Martin again, he's been huge early. Really enjoyed his game.
Oberu goes to some ruck duty, but Ficcarelli rows it. He's close to the boundary line. He's going further away from the goals when he finally does kick it, just because he's corralled and it's gone out of the full from his right footer there. So it's Surrey Park again. Pretty solid in defence. Short pass, well, almost dangerous, but Tempany's there to take the mark. So this time it's Zachary of the two Tempany's doing a bit of defending. Takes a nice mark. He goes, well, that is a brilliant pass to find Woods, because he was standing on the boundary line and he hit him like it was no pressure, 30-metre pass. And that kick to Woods finds another teammate, and Khan getting up the field. Khan gets it long, tries to go to Kenworth. He doesn't get there because chopping it off was Straher. Straher gets it. Well, he tried to get it going to half forward, but he's kicked it off the right and it's gone out of bounds on the full. So another turnover ball, and that's been a few symptomatic efforts from Silvan out of defence. They've sprayed their kicks, and that kick goes close to the line, so much so that that's out in the full. So it's kick to kick, and the boundary riders are more of a chance of getting the next kick than some of these players.
I wonder how much
Boundary.
Blake and Trent would enjoy those. Or Trent Callum boundary side.
Yeah, no, boys, it's loud down here. You can probably hard to hear yourself think at the moment.
So it's in the hands of Bizzles this time. He keeps it into the ground, and he just misses the ground and getting it to Straher, who had to dive down to take the mark at half-back, but they're keeping control. Martin, will it be chopped off? Gets to Martin. He runs on. He's quick to hurry as he gets a long ball inside 50. Fly comes late. No marks for Silvan. So it's a ground-level ball. Big pressure on the Panthers as they try to get their head over it, but it's now a big contest. Hard. Well, that was there. Rattray was trying to get involved. He spills it. His teammate can't get out of the tackle, and it's been held up well by Smart in defence.
Just a Premier Division semi-update. South Croydon and Doncaster East. South Croydon 22, Doncaster East 14.
So I think that's
half-time.
It's McLaren who got the clearance there. He's going to get annoyed that I might not have been able to identify him as immediately pressured there. Great pressure there from Tom Smith on Dietzel, who's also had a bit of the ball, Jared Dietzel, and it's going to be a ball up.
Well, both sides are happy to take the game on, take that kick into the corridor. It was a risky one before demand, but it paid off.
We saw that last week for Surrey. They love to take that aggressive kick as it's going to be out of play. In fact, it's going to be a free kick, a holding free kick going the way of Mateo D'Alfonso. They'll go inside 50 here. Will Silvan, big pack of players, but George Haynes taking the mark. Will easily be able to identify him with that moustache as he goes out wide here to Paul Colopy. Parker Fox is all alone in the middle. He goes further. Nick Cannon! Great mark!
Good body work.
You can tell I'm a big fan of Nick Can, by the way.
A big fan of that bloke, you reckon?
But what about the transition there from Surrey Park? That's probably the best lead up into the forward 50, I think, the afternoon so far.
And that was a really good aggressive kick as well from George Haynes on the other side. Plenty of runners as Nick Can has a chance to kick his first goal. Has kicked 5 in the 2 finals that Surrey Park has played. Directly in front. Distance shouldn't be a problem. Accuracy isn't. Surrey Park get their second on the board right on the cusp of time on. They're 2-1-13 to 1-1-7. John O'Ven.
When you have a great moment like that, it's always good to honour that moment with a beautiful kick for goal. And that man just did that right there.
And we saw what he could do last week, Josh. I don't know how many he ended up with, 5 or 6.
I think it was 5.
So he's a dangerous player, and we said last week he's one that they're going to have to watch, Silvan, because he's not really tall, is he? But he's just really strong.
He's strong, and he's really good on the lead as well. Yeah.
I think he kicked as many points as the 5 goals he kicked last week, but he's definitely lively around the forward line. He's Can. That gives the lead to Surrey Park, but Silvan tried to get it out of the middle again. They just couldn't break free at centre forward, so it'll be a ball up as Silvan try to do the quick answer like they did after their first goal of the game. 2-1-13 plays 1-1-7. Surrey Park lead Silvan in this grand final. 20 minutes gone. We're into time on first quarter. Free kick for holding the ball, and this time it's Silvan with the great pressure. And Delfonso.
I think that's Delfonso.
Yep.
Delfonso's got it and is looking for options. Got some short passes, and he's got really no options. So from 50 metres, it'll be a long kick. Kimpton does, well, that was Schmidt even making a lead. It's gone close to the line. It'll drop short 10 metres out. Flyers go at it. Huge pack of players, 10 each from both sides. The quick dumping kicks might be a good one. Just goes over the head, agonising for Molnar, who had a bit of space close to the boundary line, but because it went over his head, it's gone out of bounds at half back. And Surrey Park did well just to hold up on the last line.
He probably almost kicks that last week. There was probably that third quarter, that wind was really howling towards goal, so it's certainly not the same today, and those kicks outside 50 are going to be really hard to make the distance.
And Obaru, the shorter ruckman, comes over the top to win the punch. Ground level ball. Surrey Park do win it to centre forward. This is going to be a key contest. The bouncing ball is Falari, but he's pressured by his opponent in Deitzel. But one out by Falari. He hands it over to Obaru, who's running, but he wanted to go left instead of right, so he goes through traffic, but he beats the traffic and he passes it beautifully to Can, who once he gets underneath it, he jumps straight up and takes a brilliant mark, stretching 30 metres out from Surrey Park's goal.
Fantastic from Obaru, wasn't it? The spin around and then the kick was just perfect right in the hands of Can. So
the Can man already on fire.
There's the Can gag. I was wondering when he'd get it.
So it's 46 goals before today for Can. He's second for the day. He's put it to the right, hits the post. So it's a minor score. Surrey Park 2-2-14 leading Silvan, who are 1-1-7. 22 minutes gone, first term of the 2022 Division 4 Grand Final.
So taking the kick in here, Jamie Haag, he took the first kick in. You assume he'll take most of the kick-ins. Fallahay on the mark. It's not the greatest kick. Invites the pressure of Kenworthy, but a good mark. Steininger.
It was a good mark because he was under pressure and he knew Kenworthy was coming.
So he goes down the line. A big pack of players there. Schmidt dropped the mark, picking up the crumbs there. I think that was Lachlan Lynch. It's a ball up.
I saw Darcy Turnbull call for it twice, just in close. Maybe that was the better option there. As Silvan are really under the pump to get it down their end at the moment.
They are. As ball in, Oberer against charge. Oberer got a late fist there. Parker Fox tries to get the handball to his captain, Tempany, but instead it's going to be intercepted here, and Silvan will look to go forward immediately. Pressure there from Oberer, no holding the ball paid. He goes on hands and knees as Oberer. Travers in there as well. He gets the handball out. Fallahay, great pressure on Dietzel, and it's gone out of play for a boundary throw-in right near the Surrey Park bench. So plenty of pressure from Surrey Park, and
exactly what they wanted coming into this.
And I think that was one of the main points in their 2 training sessions. Bring the pressure, and it's clearly looking really good early on as Oberer got the tap. Parker Fox got the clearance, but it's holding the ball, says the umpire. Getting the free kick here, Steininger. He's Looked pretty good early on, has Steininger down back. He goes the short option. McLaren was there, but taking the mark there was Darcy Turnbull, who looked lively early on. Just looking for options, not too many to go for. Down the line, though, he does have one option, and taking the mark there was Billy Rattray, one of many signings this season from Silvan. He goes inside 50. Duran, the fist there. They're going to get a clear here through George Haynes, although the handball isn't the greatest. Getting the handball there was Bennett, getting it clear. I think that was Hamish Bowler who gets it to his captain, Zach Tempany. And, well, it was scrappy there from Surrey, but they have a chance to rebound. It's Tempany, not a whole lot of options. He's forced to go down the line. Fallahay and Colopy were the two targets there, picking up the crumbs there. Surrey Park player Fallahay on the ground. We've seen how lively he can be and brings the pressure as well. And it's going to be a ball up right in front of the Surrey Park bench here. Play 25 minutes here. Surrey Park 2-2-14, Silvan 1-1-7.
Where do you reckon it's at the moment, boys? It's an interesting game. Surrey have got 2 goals to 1, but it's 2 minutes ago in this first term. It's been a bit of an arm wrestle. Martin, who's been good in the clinches, gets on it. He just holds up under pressure and he puts a long ball off half back, gets it to half forward, bouncing ball. Delafonso gets a long kick to the full forward area. It goes to the goal square. It's bouncing towards goal, but the defence get there. Now who's going to under big pressure? Tempany off the ground. Was it touched? We're looking on the screen because there's a quick off the ground by Silvan, and the goal umpire is going to talk to his
We know what they're saying behind the
field
goals.
umpire, because coming in there late, it's either going to be Kimpton getting it, and
I think that was Matthew Lowe.
Lowe picks it up, and Lowe goes falling to the ground, kicking the ball. But it's a touch decision, as I think the defender there was quite adamant that he got a hand to it, and it's a minor score.
It was interesting just watching the replay there, because the Silvan forward thought he had it. And, talking about the AFL and the reactions and the score review, could have gone either way.
The kick out goes to the opposite number. Turnbull with 2 hand passes in the chain gets it to Dixon. Dixon's ball's been smothered, and now the turnover from the smother's good for the Panthers. But run down tackle, and it's holding the ball. And Silvan are getting onto the game with their tackling. Lynch this time applies a rundown, and he's got the short pass in to the forward pocket, and it's marked by the leading option. Well done, and it's in the hands of Lowe again, having a shot at goal. There might not be any dispute whether it's touched this time.
Boundary side down to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got an injury concern here for Silvan. Number 41, Darcy Turnbull. It looks like he's starting his shoulder. He's just grabbing that shoulder really badly. I'll get back to you guys shortly about what the injury is, but I'm pretty sure it's a shoulder.
Right, forward pocket, 40 metres out low, tries to get some distance, and he just puts it to the right, unfortunately, getting distance and misses everything. So no score for Silvan, 1-2-8, trailing Surrey Park 2-2-14. Only a minute to go in this quarter.
The boys, they're starting to create some opportunities which they need, because it's certainly been probably the majority of the game being played in Surrey Park's forward half.
Matthew Lowe, I have to say, he's looked very lively down the line here to Tom Smith. He took a good
another important player.
He is another important player. Took a big mark on the opposite side last week, and he does the same here. Goes down the line to Fallahay, nearly took the mark, nearly taking the interception there was Bissell's, but it's over the top here to Kenworthy, and I think that's Trent Martin there. No, it's Kenworthy who gets the handball over the top here to Mitch Gale, so a chance here for the Panthers. Mitch Gale, not too sure what happened there. Colopy applying the pressure there on Patrick Travis. It's going to be a ball up, so a big late chance here for the Panthers of Surrey Park.
And that's been a trademark of their game so far today. As soon as a tackle there's 1 or 2 Surrey players that jump on top.
There's the quarter time siren, so a tightly contested first quarter sees Surrey Park lead 2-2-14 to 1-2-8. The goal kickers for Silvan. Matthew Laurie had plenty of chances, but he kicks the one goal for Surrey Park. Nick Cann and Tom Smith with singles. We're going to go to a break here in the EFNL Division 4 Grand Final. When we return, one of our boundary riders will have at least maybe an assistant coach, and we'll bring you the second quarter of action here between Silvan and Surrey Park.
Check out world-class table tennis this week at Eastland as they host the International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships. Professional players from 10 countries around the region will be competing. Australia will be strong favourites after bringing home 6 medals from the Com Games. So come and experience world-class table tennis this week at Eastland. There's giveaways, pop-up treats and more. The International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships this week at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger.
Game day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Eastfield Reserve, the EFNL Division 4 Grand Final, Silvan versus Surrey Park. At Surrey Park, who hold a quarter-time lead, 2-2-14 to 1-2-8. We also have an update from around the grounds. Doncaster East 35, leading South Croydon 4-6-30. So Doncaster East fighting back there, but a really, really interesting first quarter there. Ryan Long and Gavin Casey and John O'Van. We'll go boundary side, though, with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, okay. Just got the Silvan assistant coach. He was the coach Trent. He was very, very emotional. How you weren't set up well the way you would like to be set up. Is that correct?
Yeah, grand finals always things get thrown out. So they did well to try and suck out our defenders and stuff like that to try and draw us out of our comfort zone the way we set up in defence. Back line was pretty tight on us, but we're starting to break free and trying to it's the midfield battle really. It's where the game's going to be won.
You talked to Trent also talked about how the forward line was set up. He said that's the best you've seen in the comp, and you feel like it wasn't working the way you'd like to work in that quarter.
Yeah, so we always do really well at pushing numbers back behind the footy and trying to stop our leads and making making the contest in the air. So we do really need to forwards need to work a bit harder, try and hit up and try and make the space and get the sort of hit up, lead up shape. So it's sort of what we want, sort of free up, get the one-on-ones up forward.
All the best to the call, mate.
Thank you to Blake Tennant there down on the boundary. It really was an interesting first quarter line, and Gavin, and we could be set for a massive second quarter here. Just been scores Surrey Park 2-2-14. Silvan 1-2-8 boundary side with Trent Cullen, who would have been listening into James Kenworthy. Trent?
Yeah, just sat in on the Surrey Park huddle, and they couldn't stress enough the ability to lower their eyes heading inside 50 and be a lot calmer with ball in hand, and that probably is off the back of their communication.
I thought they probably did that a little bit better than Silvan for the majority of that quarter.
Yeah.
They hit up Cairn twice. A few times to go inside 50, they probably used the ball a bit better.
Well, we're underway in the second quarter. Gavin Casey.
Woodfull goes up against Charge. Nullified effort from both. Surrey Park do win it out through. This time it's Smart kicking it forward. Ground level ball falls in the way to Falahe. He dodges around, kicks it to the goal square. Kenworthy's there, knocks it over his head, trying to be creative into now the corridor. Hand off and no, kick around the corner in the pocket is Kalopi. And it's another goal to Surrey Park. They made something out of nothing. It wasn't falling the way. Tap-ons there, including Kenworthy on the replay. And then he's got it into the corridor where Oberu spills the hand pass over to Kalopi, who's running towards the boundary line and hooks it around for a goal.
Right on the subject of how Surrey Park are slightly better at the chaos ball than Silvan, right? That is a perfect example of that.
Well, that tap was just a smart. He just knew players were in the area. He didn't have to really look, just put it into that dangerous spot and gave him a chance.
And I think that was Uberu with the tap. He's looked really dangerous early on as the secondary ruckman, and forward as Woodfull and Charge guided again. Woodfull got the tap. Kennedy goes to clearance, looking for his coach, James Kenworthy, on the ground here. Kenworthy tries to pick it up, but immediately pressured there by Tyson Bissell's holding the ball. So Surrey have only played just under a minute and a half, and their coach, James Kenworthy, is going to get a massive chance here to get 2 goals inside the first 2 minutes here. What a start this would be, Ryan and Gavin.
Yeah, and as tight as it was in that first quarter with the pressure, you knew this game was going to open up eventually, and it's a chance here just to get a bit of a lead early, which is important, because Silvan will come back.
Yes, we saw that in the second semi-final between these two as Kenworthy comes in. He's got, I think it's a Surrey Park faithful down there. Bit of a long run up, in he comes, and he slotted it. James Kenworthy gets the Panthers second early on inside the first 2 minutes. Surrey lead 4-2-26, Silvan 1-2-8. That is probably the start that James Kenworthy wanted, Ryan.
Yeah, it was a couple of really important acts. We looked at the tap a few minutes ago that set up a goal, and there the tackle, the pressure in that forward 50 set up a goal for himself. And it's put him back into the game and given Surrey a bit of a break.
Woodford got a run at it, was able to tap forward, tap to advantage, and that's where Kennedy's at his best when he's running onto the ball.
Well, this is where maybe we thought they may get a bit of an advantage in the middle with the clearances and on top early in the second quarter.
Kenworthy couldn't take the mark, but he applied a tackle, and Bizzles was bemused by the umpire's decision, but had to hand the ball back to Kenworthy to kick the goal number 4 for Surrey Park as they stretch out to a 3-goal lead early in this second term. Doing some good groundwork there was Travers for Silvan, but we'll get a secondary ball up in the middle of East Burwood Reserve. This Division 4 Grand Final. Silvan were the favourites, but it's Surrey Park with a 3-goal lead early in this second term. Ball bundled forward by Silvan, just made some ground rather than clear possession. And it's going to be a ball up forward of centre circle for Silvan. Charge, good position. Ground level ball was sharked by Kennedy. His kick was smothered because there's a lot in tight. Travers couldn't go it for Silvan. And now bouncing the way of Surrey Park. Woodford couldn't get onto it, so it's a quick kick forward by the Cats. So Silvan get towards 50, but holding up nicely again. Hand pass just rushed to Kennedy in the middle. He couldn't get a clear possession. So it's now bounced out to Dixon. He's high up and under in the middle of the ground. There's no chance of being marked by anyone. It's more likely to break fingers, and the ball falls to ground and will be another ball up. So everything's getting a bit rushed now. The pressure's on. It's a heated contest, but it's fair play by all. No clear possession. Getting one out of either of these contests. Charge wins it, but Kennedy is the first release player, gets the kick long to centre forward, bouncing ball, holding up there with Silvan, but the hand pass out was very rushed to the numbers with Tom Smith collecting the ball, looks back to the corridor, sweeping hand pass, ends on to the Kennedy from 50, loads it up, but it's just tapering off the right when it looked like it was going goals, and it's another minus button, opening it up Surrey Park, 4-3-27, lead by 19 over Silvan, 1-2-8.
And that's another player, John, that's starting to get a bit dangerous around the ball. We saw him last week. He's a fantastic midfielder.
Nearly taking the mark there was Bishop, but it's going to fall out the back here. McLaren on hands and knees gets the handball away. But Silvan who's going to get the kick forward here. Looks like that's might be Trent Martin who's thrown himself. That was, in fact, one for Deeney as Patrick Travers gets a handball away out here to Kimpton, who's barely had it. Bennett with the intercept, though, goes inboard to Ryan Kennedy. Wasn't the greatest kick, but Kennedy gets the ball out here to Smith, but it's immediately intercepted, and a really good kick out there. I think that's Darcy Turnbull who's clearly recovered from his shoulder. Justin Ficcarelli with the mark, and he has a chance to kick his first goal of the Division 4 Grand Final. Quick ball movement there, brilliant ball movement from Silvan.
Great transition, and that was courage. He ran at the ball and was just off and found some space, and they haven't been able to find that space, Jono.
It's the 5-minute mark of the second quarter, right? And I felt as if to say that they lacked urgency, right, in the opening minutes, but this is a great way to respond.
This would be the perfect way to respond. The former Croydon champion, Justin Ficcarelli, been a star all year, I think 66 goals, goes to snap, slots it. Justin Ficcarelli has his first of this grand final. The playing assistant coach and Silvan have their second. They're 2-2-14. Surrey Park 4-3-27. Justin Ficcarelli's class on show. Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just an injury, just said before. Number 41, Darcy Turnbull. He's still looking a bit sore. That shoulder, it's looking. He's back on the ground now, but the trainers are just going to him all the time now. So I definitely think that shoulder is really hurting for him, and it'll be really interesting to see how he goes for the footy now.
Did you see him get it strapped?
No, it's not strapped. It's literally because he's wearing the long sleeve, so we can't actually see if it's strapped or not. But it's not looking good, I'll tell you that.
Well, good courage. He was in that possession chain that got to Ficcarelli, and Ficcarelli gets the second goal on the board for Silvan. Closes gap to 13, but again, it's a centre clearance won by the Panthers. Surrey Park go forward, bouncing ball at centre forward. Underneath it, Fox punches it forward. Kenworthy runs onto it from 30. He's got players coming from both angles. Now the ground ball over, who picks it up, but it's smothered because there's a lot of defenders there, and Silvan hold up in defence. Charge will mark it in the middle. Late's ball goes against him, but there's Turnbull roving again, goes out wide and out a wing, and they're off to the races. Silvan. Now the ball inside 50, not well directed, and Duran just stands there and says, I'm not sure how you kicked it to me, but he's very gratefully picking himself up with the ball. His transition kick was dangerous, but great to Anderson. Anderson looks inboard. This is dangerous. It'll probably turn out good if it's marked. Good mark by Surrey Park, and Smart picks himself up. They were hoping for a quick transition. Now the wide ball goes out to Tempany. Tempany looks from the wing to go to full forward, and then it's went further out, 50 metres out. We're picking it up is Smith taking the mark 50 metres out, and that's great running by him just to get forward of the play to take a mark 50 metres out.
And that kick again in the corridor had to be good. He had to hit his target, and he did, and they've done that a few times. So they're clearly looking to take that opportunity every chance they get.
Can I say as well, Tom Smith, he's had a really good game. He's a good shout early on for best on ground, I reckon.
So from 45 to 50 metres out, it's a 45-degree angle, so it'll take a big effort. He runs to the arc. He gets the ball high and long, but it's get too high maybe. Drops short. Silvan under a heap of pressure at top of the goal square, and Bizzles will take a free kick with over the shoulder, and actually it's Dixon picking himself up with the ball, and good play there just to hold up as Surrey Park again surge forward. Short kick finds Schmidt at back pocket, took a late chop over the head, and he just grabs his hand, and he sort of gets rewarded for his act of showing that he was hurt with a 25-metre penalty going his way. So he gets the half back now, looks at some short options. He's got Dixon short, ignores him in the corridor. Martin at centre-half back is on his own as a sweeper. Now he'll go long from half back to half forward, bouncing ball. There's 3 for Surrey Park, but it's Turnbull again. Oh no, this time it's Rattray who picks up the ball, kicks around the corner, and how's Ficcarelli by himself inside 50? You would never know, but here he goes, long from 50. He's quick to play on, but his hooking ball is missing everything, and it's on the full, says the boundary umpire, as it just got the distance. So no score for Silvan, and that's a let-off for Surrey Park, letting Ficcarelli take an uncontested mark. Kick-out's quick, and it's all Surrey Park at half-back. Anderson's got it. Anderson looks at options. He took a dangerous diagonal. He goes again in the middle. This is risk versus reward. And the late over the top by Silvan, who's going to be awarded the mark because it was Kenworthy coming late, and he sort of snatched it.
I thought he had it.
But I reckon the front,
man in front,
Kenworthy claims it, but the guy over the top nearly marked it. Now the ruck contest, running onto it was Lynch. He's paddling in front of himself because he's yet to control it. Turnbull comes in to help, and he's under a sandwich of players. And if he's got a short shoulder, he'll get up very gingerly. And yeah, he is. Yeah, there is something in that, some small injury, but he's not going to let him overcome it.
The grand final.
Well, it's a grand final. It's a big day. Charge stood under the ruck contest and got taken Well, it's a push-off. Thought he was just holding his ground there, Charge, and the smaller Oberu takes the free kick. He's got a short pass in. McLaren drifts off to halfback. He's got another option down the wing. Surrey Park the spreading nicely. Anderson quick to run on as he took the mark. Kicks long to Woodfull. Woodfull on the lead. Takes the mark at half forward. Looks at options further afield. Puts it in the pocket. Late to it will be Smith. Has to come for the punch. And that just maintains territory for Surrey Park. They're doing well. Good transition. 13-point lead halfway through this second quarter.
John Oven, you've got a score at Walker Park between Ringwood and East Burwood.
Yes, indeed. It's half-time. Ringwood 9-8-62, East Burwood 7-5-47.
Kennedy got the kick away. It's out of bounds on the full. So the Rams making a late charge. Maybe they might have heard us. They might have heard us and be determined to bounce back the Rams, but they are in that contest as it's a dangerous kick, taking a really good mark there. Nick Can.
That's what he can do.
Over the top of Jamie Haag then. He looks like he's going back for the set shot here. This would be
very tough angle out there.
We've seen a really good goal before from Tim Smith between East Burwood and South Belgrave when we saw them a couple of weeks ago.
Just no wind behind him today, though.
Yeah, which doesn't help. He comes in, the tightest of all angles, probably kicking from 40 metres out. Got a decent fist of it. It's not going to make the journey. Big pack of players there. Woodfull, is he taking the mark? No, it's going to be Silvan a rebound, though. And Patrick Travers, cool, calm and collected, all on his own, goes up the ground here to Matthew Lowe, who's looked really lively, has Lowe this game. He goes further down the line. A big kick there. James Charge, the main target. Oberu, a decent spoil from behind. They somehow keep it in. Oberu gets the handball there to his captain, Zach Tempany, and Tom Smith over there. He's done pretty much everything this quarter. He gets the holding the man free kick. So Surrey Park have a chance to go inside 50 again. Looking for options here is Tom Smith. Looks like he's got Can on the lead. Couple of spoils there from Silvan players. Out the back was Woodfull. Looks like he's playing a bit more forward minutes. Gets the handball there, but it's all Silvan out the back here, and they have the chance to rebound. A one-on-one and doing really well there is Billy Rattray. Chance here for Silvan to go forward. Justin Ficcarelli's all on his own, so is Lee Kimpton. Kimpton will pick it up, so will Ficcarelli. It's going to be high. Yep. Ficcarelli's going to get another chance to kick his second goal. So brilliant ball movement there from Silvan as well.
He saw what Kimpton was trying to do then. He was just trying to tap it in front of him because he knew Ficcarelli was there, couldn't quite connect with the ball, but they still win a free kick, and it's a set shot and must kick because they've just got to keep the pace with Surrey Park. He's not going to go the drop punt again. He's going on the side.
He must be learning from some of these younger players. Justin Ficcarelli going with the snap. He goes around. It's just drifting left. What do you hear that from Surrey Park fans? Silvan fans, it's 2-3-15 though. Silvan, Surrey Park 4-3-27. We're just waiting a while for the ball. We've played just over 13 minutes here.
When you integrate with your celebrations with the fans over the fence, they will let you know when you make your next mistake. And as he's kick around the corner, there was no signals to the heavens that he just scored. So that's a kick out that's found the pass beautifully there for Surrey. McLaren did well. Now the chain of play has now gone to Kenworthy. He's running on the wing. Long ball is beautifully done to Fox, who is just stolen a march on his opponent. Take the mark, 40 metres out, boundary side, left flank. And it'll be another shot at goal. And that was untouched from full back to the pocket for this shot at goal for Surrey Park.
And they've done it a couple of times this afternoon already, and that's probably their best inside 50 entry.
So Fox, who's kicked 23 goals, it's an acute angle, it's drifted into play more underneath it. A good mark taken by the big man in charge, who was just standing on the goal line, took the mark, hands it off to his teammate. It's now in Travers' hands, but it's only a 15-metre advance with the kick. So Travers, great season he's had, is looking for options. He won't be dangerous and go in the corridor, so he go wing side. It's a contest for it. Surrey Park have got the number, so if it stays in, Oberu might get himself in it. Some help there from Haynes. Over the top, Oberu has to beat a tackle. He lets the tackler slide off his back. Now the hand pass gets Surrey Park off and running. And the backline charge has to hold up. Ground level ball. Will it fall? It doesn't. As getting onto it is again Tom Smith, but he can't get away from the tackler. And it'll be a ball up as Owen did all that was necessary for Silvan.
And someone as dangerous over who just had so much space, so much time, and was able to get that ball quite easily in the end.
So Rucks go at it. Travers kicks it away from defence. It's still a 50-50 contest. As taken down with the ball is Trahere. And it'll be a ball up as Surrey Park do the attacking. And they're just trying to get it open where they look dangerous.
They are, and they're inside 50 once more, getting big tap there, Silvan Ruckman. It's Hamish Bowl, hands and knees. Clearance here through Steininger. Goes towards centre wing. Low was one of the targets there. Good spoil there from Tempany, but it's out the back here. Silvan have a chance to go forward. Charge the big target down there with George Haynes. A good spoil there from Haynes, but Ficarelli on the ground kicks the goal. Justin Ficarelli, and I think he's let us. Has he let us know?
Oh, not us. Others.
He's let others know. It was coming though. And Justin Ficarelli has his second. Silvan 3-3-21, Surrey 4-3-27.
And that's where he's the most dangerous. And Duran, wasn't quite watching him. He was ahead of Ficarelli, but behind the play, just worked hard to get that.
The celebration on the replay screen said it all.
Let's go boundary side to Wake Tendon.
Yeah, I think it was directed again at the Surrey Park faithful down there as well. I think he's done that the second time. So, yeah, they will give it to it. That's definitely.
Well, you got to reckon he's the sort of player that loves a bit of excitement, and if he's generating noise, he's in the game. So that's what gets Ficarelli going. Bounces onto the ball, kicks another goal. So that was much needed because passages of play with the movement, Surrey Park have been on the ascendancy, but it's only a one-goal game as we approach time on in this second term. Silvan 3-3-21, trail Surrey Park 4-3-27. Oberu's on hands and knees. Can't get himself up with the ball, so it's won there by Silvan. But nicely again, McLaren, he's just the mopping up player, takes the marks as a zone player, and his kick wide has found his teammate. So they've kept the ball well at half back, have Surrey. Long ball this time by Garvin, and it's been marked by Smith, who's quick to play on the wing, goes into the centre circle, and long ball. It wasn't a bit of a good kick. It was a floater, misdirected, and it's nicely chopped off. As now Silvan just playing a bit of tempo footy. They're looking for options further down the field. Long ball. Travers is underneath it, uses good body work to get his knee up, takes the mark off to the runner. They go into the forward line. Duran's in good position again, and he just finds himself, planting himself in the position to take another mark in defence. His kick, it was a bit high. It was a good option at half back, but ground level ball now is being fought for. Bishop can't get out of trouble, but he gets some help from his teammate. Ficarelli can't get onto it this time. It goes over his head in the left pocket. And now Silvan starting to win some territory, getting themselves back into the contest inch by inch.
And Trent Martin in the middle in the ruck, so giving Charge that break up forward to switch things up a little bit.
So Charge, such a big man, will have front position. Ficarelli be dangerous if it comes forward of the ruck contest. Ficarelli on Duran tackle. Hand pass does get out to Bennett. Bennett just quickly gets it out. Anywhere will do. Bouncing ball. Rattray on the foot gets it to his way. Now the punch forward. Well, that's a bit of magic as Colopy runs onto it. His kick out of the wing to Kenworthy will set things up to Surrey Park. So from danger to territorial advantage goes Surrey Park. A long ball into the forward line. Now Can to the back of the pack. He's been held. He's been held. He was dangerous, but he wasn't really going to get his hands on it. And the defence was spooked and the tackle applied. And Can will have a shot from 10 metres out.
And that's something we mentioned last week. We knew the defenders on Cam were very worried about him. They were watching him carefully, touching his arms and trying to stop him from getting the ball. And the same thing has happened there.
Might have added a bit of mayo.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe just a little bit.
That's unlike you, Wardy, to say something like that.
That's good. The nod of approval there from.
So Can, he's missed. He really went cute with the kick, and he tried to spear it home from 15 metres out, but he's missed from the right pocket, and it's a let off for Silvan. 4-4-28. Leading Silvan 3-3-21. Surrey Park lead by 7 points. 19 minutes gone, second term.
So just waiting for the ball to get into the hands here of that's Steininger taking kicking duties now, but it's Jamie Hugg for first half, but it's Steininger here. He goes out wide. He's got Turnbull on his own. Nearly dropped the mark, but still took it, and he's off. He tries to avoid James Kenworthy, goes into the middle of the ground. A dangerous kick. Garvin is there. Coming in from the side, there was a Surrey Park player, but Josh Duran is going to intercept it. He's done that for pretty much most of the day. Silvan, though, they're going to get the clearance. They're going to get further forward here. Kimpton is out the back of the pack here. Pressured well by Tempany. Gets the handball out here to Lynch. Lynch got the kick away to Travers, and it's going to be a ball up. Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I definitely think that shoulder is definitely working now because he just absolutely dodged through two players then. So I think that shoulder's all good now.
So Oberer and Trent Martin in ruck, and that's big for Silvan as well. Turnbull has been a star for them all year. Immediately pressured there was Travers by Mitch Molnar. It's going to be a ball up right in the middle of East Bellwood Reserve. We've just ticked into time on. Surrey leading by 7, 28-21. Bit of a similar story to yesterday's Division 3 grand final as the ball goes up. Oberer gets the tap down. It's going to be Silvan's clearance, though. Jack McLaren in the hole. Takes possibly one of the easiest marks he'll take all day, and he's off immediately. Goes the short kick here to George Haynes. He's got the short option here in Noel Bennett. They're moving the ball well here. Surrey Park. Bennett goes short to vice-captain Mitch Gale. Gale goes out wide. He goes to his captain, Zach Tempany, on centre wing. So they're building it up slowly here. Surrey, short kick here to George Haynes as he looks to go for the switch here to Jack Woods. Got Paul Colopy on the lead, and that's who he's going to go. It's a good kick, dropping the mark there. Good spoil there from the Silvan defenders. Parker Fox trying to avoid the tackle, but holding the ball, says the umpire. Brilliant there from Matteo D'Alfonso, and he lets him know about it.
I think Surrey Park just left their run too late trying to bring it down the middle of the ground, and they get the consequence of that action right there.
That's a really good spoil there as well from Jack Woods. There's a bit of niggle there between Woods, McLaren and Bonifadini. Boundary throw in here right in front, think of our boundary runners there. Trent Callan.
Yeah, I'm just watching the Tempany and Kimpton match up quite closely. Tempany just decked, Kimpton just decked Tempany just before off the ball. So there's a bit of feeling in that one.
So clearly he's a bit frustrated as well as Colopy got the handball here out to Mitch Gale. He tried to get the kick forward, but instead it's going to be Hamish Bowen. Oh! And I think that might have been, it's either Jesse Owens or...
Smith did the bump. Oh, no, you're right, Owen.
It was Jesse Owen, that's
card, boys, card. Card coming.
And there is a card. Danger signs here for Silvan. Oh, and another one. It could be another one. I think that might have been Warren Schmidt there.
He's got to go for that. I mean, that was definite contact to the chin there.
That was poor.
I think there's two cards, boys. Two cards.
Keep an eye out on that, Blake and Trent. I think it looks like it's Jesse Owen coming off here as Fallahay. A really good mark, and that was poor from Jesse Owen there.
Oh, I don't know why he did it. It's just
another
silly.
Card, boys. Yep, another card.
So that's two Silvan players out for 15 minutes. On here comes Jared Dietzel.
Just one player, I think.
Yeah, Jesse Owens come off. I swear I saw another card.
So the umpires just had a brief conference.
Might have been a report, Blake. Not too sure.
Chances are it's not too sure what's going on here.
Boundary.
Trent Callan, boundary side?
No, I was watching that Silvan player, Warren Schmidt there. It was sort of a hit and run.
I wish I could lip read, boys, because this umpire here is just giving everybody a talking to at the moment.
Well, I don't know why everyone's negotiating what happens next. Doesn't the umpire tell... because, you got Can talking to the umpire about what he thinks should happen, like parade us to the goal square and we'll kick a goal. But the umpire's going, well, what do you guys think? It almost looks like that in the effect in the pictures. It's like, I'm not sure.
I'm coming on here as a producer here.
Yeah, let's go.
It looks like the original officiating umpire gave the original card. He's then back to the centre. Morris is in charge and everyone's a bit confused. And Fallahy's waiting in the goal square going, can I kick it?
Yeah.
Can I kick it?
Can I?
Well, he's waiting to kick a goal. He's been there for about 5 minutes.
But it's like a song.
It's now the ball's in the umpire's hands. Yeah, sorry to butt in for the first time since the pre-game, but it looks like the umpires have just lost a little bit of communication. Now there's a blood draw.
Oh, it's all happening here at East Bellwood Reserve.
That's Nick Can coming off, is it?
It's Nick Can, so a bit of a blow. I'll try to get him on immediately. confusion
Let
reigns
him kick it.
supreme here.
Yeah, Nick Kane, boys. Nick Kane.
A little bit of a blow, but they're still talking, and we still
It's a
have
25
so
metre in the end.
Falahay finally gets the kick. He's going to get the kick.
Has he moved forward?
I think they've compromised and said, we'll give you half of one.
Boundary, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just as Nick Kane was going off, he actually went to the Silvan Faithful and did the old talky talk to the old Silvan Faithful, so as he was running off.
So Falahay directly in front of the Surrey Park faithful, slots the goal, and Surrey have their fifth, their 5-4, 34, Silvan 3-3, 21. That's Falahay's first goal of the match.
I think you're really having a word with a couple of players.
Encouraging them, or
I
he's still going, boys. He's still going.
Well, I think this is dangerous time for Silvan, because if they start giving Surrey Park space and then all their ambition is to hurt them, they might be in danger of conceding a couple of late goals in this quarter. Let's go boundary side for more comment.
Sorry for more drama, boys. It's pretty full on down here. But I figure really actually said it to the big ruckman, Jacob Woodford. He was saying a bit of words to him. So, bit of sports going on. I don't mind it down here.
It's well and truly on.
So Woodfull goes up against Martin, and Martin just wanted to use his body, so much so that he got underneath Woodfull and tunnels him, and Woodfull will pick himself up and get the ball. So this is the danger for Silvan if they lose the plot. Kennedy, he's got options and he's got time to think about him, so he goes out wide to Bennett. So if Surrey play a smart game, they'll just keep Silvan chasing them, I reckon. Short passes on. It's a dangerous ball, but a mark taken by Parker Fox on the second grab. So he's now loading up his kick inside 50 with 2 minutes to go in the half. The punch comes in, ground level ball. Picked up by the Panthers in Colopy. The kick, well, it was spontaneous and it was quite interesting kick. Gets it forward for Surrey Park. Silvan under a heap of pressure, running into tackles. Gale's in there to harass. Anderson picks it up, but he's been tackled to the ground, and he'll be holding the ball because he dropped it like the hot potato, it seemed to be. And it's going to be a free kick for Silvan, and they might want to play some tempo just to get themselves back with a cool head in the contest. High up and under, Bonifantini found himself underneath it, and the ball's gone out of bounds at half forward. And now every player looks at the umpire going, what are you going to do? What's the interpretation going to be? And now Kempton's been hit off the field. So this is where it's boiling over. Players they're becoming their own sheriff, and they are taking the law in their own hands. And this is where the umpires might have to
want him sent off. Look at
apply some.
They want the card coming out. It's coming out.
And it's Woodford being taken off. He was the man that probably needed to show more control because he was starting to be dominant. And he's let his temper get the hold of himself. And Woodford has been sent off. And Silvan might just got the equaliser they needed.
Like Trent, what's it like down
It is full on. It is pandemonium down here at Eastland Reserve. I think you guys would have saw it as well. Just Kempton straight to Woodford, just letting you know about it, what you've done. Pretty stupid footy. It's grand final footy. You don't want to be doing that.
So Kempton's on the wing, the big goal kicker. Hasn't seen much of the goals, but he loads up a long ball. Charge late in, big punch comes in from Woods. Now there's 20 v 20. It seems like, even though there's only 18 on the field. So I'll recalculate. But it comes out the back at half forward. Can runs onto it, runs away from his defenders, kicks from 60, hoping to get the distance with the tumbling ball, but it won't be a score. First onto it is Bizzles. He gets harassed, and Falari does pressure and keeps it in the pocket. And Surrey Park, they've got the answer with speed. Let's go to the boundary side.
I'll tell you what, this crowd is lighting up down here at Eastfield. It is absolutely lighting up right now. The Silvan faithful getting very up and about, that's for sure.
Can't give away a goal here.
If they did, it would be a massive blow for their confidences. It's Mitch Molnar, and I think Patrick Travis, two ruckman. Mitch Molnar got the tap. It's going to be the clearance here, though, for Matteo D'Alfonso. Tempany was there on hands and knees. Now is Tempany. Kennedy, though, he's going to get the ball and look to go inside 50. Big chance here. Good fly. Is it a mark? It is a mark. It's going in the way of Matthew Steininger. So, in fact, it's a free kick.
Through in the back, guys.
Going to Bailey Calderwood, who hasn't seen too much of the ball. He goes along as, I think it was smothered, but Silvan go long once more, and it's gone out of bounds on the full. I thought that was the halftime siren there, but Surrey Park are going to get the chance to go inside 50 here. Hamish Burrell. He looks to go short. In fact, he goes long, trying to find Nick Can. A big pack of players there. Parker Fox on the ground, gets the handball away. Kentworthy eluding players, gets the snap over the top. Nearly taking the mark, but it's not going to matter. Is it going to, I think it's going to be a free kick, so it's no score as...
It was a punch, and then that means there's no score.
No score there, so...
Umpire conference.
Half-time here. It has been...
He's backed off, that's it.
It is a point, boys.
It's a point, so Surrey do...
Oh, no, sorry. I got fooled by the flags.
Yeah, so...
No score, let's say that.
Let's just say no score. We'll keep it at that, but half-time here of the Division 4 Grand Final. Surrey Park leading by 13 points, 5-4-34 to Silvan, 3-3-21. The goal kickers, well, for Surrey Park, it's all singles. Nicholas Can, Paul Colopy, Tom Smith, James Kenworthy and Renan Fallahay for Silvan. Justin Ficcarelli with 2 and Matthew Lowe with 1. We're going to go to the half-time break here. When we return, we'll have the half-time show to dissect what has been a very intriguing first half here in the Division 4 Grand Final between Silvan and Surrey Park.
Check out world-class table tennis this week at Eastland as they host the International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships. Professional players from 10 countries around the region will be competing. Australia will be strong favourites after bringing home 6 medals from the Com Games. So come and experience world-class table tennis this week at Eastland. There's giveaways, pop-up treats and more. The International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships this week at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Eastfield Reserve, ladies and gentlemen. Eastland Division 4 Grand Final between Silvan and Surrey Park. A lot of feeling in that first half, especially in the latter stages, as a few frustrations just boiling over for a couple of players out on the field. We had 2 yellow cards in the final 5 minutes of that second term, but Surrey Park do lead by 13 points, 5-4-34 to Silvan, 3-3-21. Matthew Foddy here with Blake Tennant and Trent Callan, who've had a boundary side seat to this one. Gents, just initially, I'd like to get your thoughts on the way the game's panning out. Whenever it seems to be physical and fumbly and just chaotic, Surrey Park look the goods. every time Silvan are able to just string a few marks together, they do look like they're moving the ball a little bit better end to end.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like you said it really well. Like, I'm loving Silvan's ball movement. Like, if they keep just presenting that ball movement that they've been showing, that's why they're probably, they're not showing as much as I like and, all that. But for Surrey, they're just taking their opportunities. Like, every time they get it in there, it's pretty much turned into goal. You would say, like, like the Cairns playing really good footy at the moment. The coach is even playing well, Ken Murphy.
He's kicked a couple, hasn't he?
Yeah,
one or two?
I think he's kicked one on the scoreline we've got here. But yeah, it's just, I feel like Surrey are taking their chances and they've been more, they're kind of being like the bullies, you would say. Like, they're just bullying around with Silvan,
Yeah, they're definitely being very physical, Surrey, aren't they, Trent?
Yeah.
And creating turnovers around the contest.
Sorry for it. And they're using that to their strengths because they're getting into their skin, and that is why there's cards and all that coming in.
Yeah, they're definitely getting under their skin. That's probably how they like to play, and that's how we like to watch it as spectators. And but certainly Surrey Park have that ability to slow down their ball movement at times and then pull the trigger when they need to. And the likes of Tom Smith, he's just made that outer wing his own, just roaming free. It seems to be unmanned at the moment.
It is interesting that Silvan look to use the corridor as much as possible. Obviously, when you've got a forward line like it, at one stage, the forward line was Charge, Ficcarelli, Kimpton, Matt Lowe and Lockie Lynch, who have all between them kicked about 300 goals this year. So I can see the theory behind let's go the direct route. Surrey Park keen to get it wide, keen to at stages, and even when they set up, if you watch it, the bounce or the ball ups, the 6-6-6 formation, Silvan very narrow one. It's almost like a 1-2-2-1 right up the guts. Surrey the other end, James Kenworthy especially, he stays really wide. Whenever he gets a chance, whenever there's a stoppage around the ground, he drags his man right out wide. So playing a true forward pocket. And I don't know whether that's to create more space for Nick Can to get a one-on-one, or if it's just to make sure that the game is spread out, because Surrey might feel like that they've got Silvan when it comes to leg speed.
Yeah, they're really using it. As you touched on, Tom Smith is just running around on that wing really nicely. And, they've set up really defensively really well. I'm just getting my notes here as well. I think it's 51, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. He's like defender. I forgot his name. For Surrey Park. Really sorry. Park. Yeah, I feel like he's really been their general down there. He's just taking that intercept marks.
Jack McLaren, 21. You got your 2 and your 5 upside down, Blake.
Sorry, listeners, but I feel like he's the one that's driving and he's just taking those intercept marks and he's not panicking. Like, when obviously you've got the firepower.
He and Josh Duran have taken a couple of intercept marks.
Yeah.
Jacob Woodfull, he's off for the next, probably the first 8 minutes. Of the third term. Trent, he's been key in nullifying James' charge. When Oberus had to go in the ruck, Silvan get a little bit more dominance around the footy. The first 8 minutes of this third quarter is going to be massive.
Yeah, no, I think I wrote down a couple of notes on him, obviously serving that time off after the yellow card, but his jumper got ripped in that contest there, but he's floated forward a couple of times and he's had almost a nearly day. He's floated for a couple of marks. There's been a couple of free kicks that have been sort of taken off him, and but he's one to sort of stand up in the second half.
Yeah, and then Riley Tempany, you talked about him. Obviously, he and Lee Kimpton going toe-to-toe. He's done an incredible job. He's kept the man who's kicked 107 goals this year to none so far. And Kimpton, it looks like he's playing up the ground because Justin Ficcarelli is probably the most dangerous forward at the moment, given that besides Nick Can, no one's able to take a mark.
Yeah, Tempany's almost worn him like a glove at the moment. That was obviously a set plan coming in to sort of nullify his impact. But
you can pick them up, Trent. Yeah, you better get that back on the table there. Blake, Ficcarelli's the most dangerous forward at one end. Nick Can's the other one at the other end for Surrey Park. He's going to rue, though, that he's missed a couple of pretty simple shots from his standards. One from 20 metres out in a side angle in that quarter, and one from 15 metres out directly in front in the first quarter. Yeah. And as we saw yesterday, games go right down to the wire. Waverley Blues left Don Vale in the game. Surrey Park could be 20 points up, not 13 points up.
Yeah, I think you touched on really well. Like I think I've really touched on this all grand finals pretty much, that you got to take your opportunities for granted. Like I think in the
because the momentum's going to swing,
100%.
Isn't it? Surrey Park are not going to have the dominance they've had in this first half for all of the second half.
Yeah, and I feel like you should touch on momentum is key in footy like anywhere now. So I feel like if they kick the first goal, they'll be up and about. But if Silvan get one or two early, it definitely could be a panicking sign, I reckon, because they're a young side as they run onto the ground now. But yeah.
Yeah, Trent, I don't know what your thoughts are in terms of how Silvan can get back in the game. Obviously, the tension's boiling over. Tyson Bissell's been really good in defence. He's taken a couple of goal-saving marks. Their ball movement, as we've said, they like to use the corridor. Is there a way, do you think they have to do they isolate Ficcarelli, get Kimpton low and Lynch up the ground, try and get more markers of the footy up the ground and sort of run it out? Because they have, like I said, they have looked pretty good rebounding out of defence, but they can't get it out of there all the time.
Yeah, it's probably a definite change to bring Kimpton higher up the ground.
I know you're on screen here, Trent. Keep talking. I'm going to be a parent here. I can untangle it.
Yeah, so they've obviously thrown Kimpton higher up the ground to sort of get more involved. And then obviously Ficcarelli, that's left him more room to move into. And we know Silvan are a second-half team, as observed in the semi-final.
Right. The second semi-final, probably not a similar finish to the quarter. I think Surrey had more dominant than Silvan, got 2 goals late. But you're right, it's only 10-point margin. Trent Martin, or 13-point margin. Trent Martin will be in the rooms telling the boys we did it easy last time, kicked 11 goals to 2 after half-time. So that'll be what they're trying to draw upon.
They were in this similar, that's the word. Same position as they were last time they played too. So, and Silvan, as you touched on, they stormed away home. So, are we going to do tips, boys?
Well, did you do your tips before the game? I didn't.
I did mine.
Well, yesterday you went with Donvale and you were pretty happy with 3 minutes to go.
I was.
I tempted to tip Surrey Park, but I feel Silvan, when they do get their hands on the footy, they look a bit silky. If they can get a 5 to 10 minute period where they're on top, I think they'll capitalise more than Surrey Park have, because Surrey Park really, for their territory dominance, should be further in front.
Yeah. My tip, I'm going to stay with Silvan.
Yeah, I'm going with Silvan if they can make the most of their chances.
All right, thanks for the halftime show, Blake and Trent. Back to the boundary for you. When we come back, the second half from the Division 4 Grand Final. At the moment, it's Surrey Park 5-4-34, Silvan 3-3-21.
Check out world-class table tennis this week at Eastland as they host the International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships. Professional players from 10 countries around the region will be competing. Australia will be strong favourites after bringing home 6 medals from the Com Games. So come and experience world-class table tennis this week at Eastland. There's giveaways, pop-up treats and more. The International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships this week at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against...
Boundary throwing right on the 45 metre arc here at East Burwood Reserve. Towards the Highbury Road end, it's Charge who get the tap down. They'll get the clearance as well through Silvan. Calderwood tried to get the ball clear here, but it's stacks on at half forward here, a ball up. Ryan, what do you expect from this second half as well?
Oh, look, I think the game may open up, especially if the players get a little bit tired. It's just going to be who can get on top. Can Kimpton get into the game? Got a few questions there.
Definitely, as Surrey Park get the clearance here, Hamish Bowl just dumps the ball, but it's going to be intercepted there by Warren Schmidt, who has got the short target here, and his co-captain, Alfonso Calderwood, goes inside 50. Charge, the big target there, takes the mark. Good mark there, James Charge. He is just so strong in that area. And Silvan, they have the chance to kick the first goal of the second half here, just under 2 minutes played.
Half-time came in a good time for them. They just needed to be able to compose themselves. Obviously, things were getting quite heated, so just to have that break, settle down a bit, come back strong.
So in comes James Charge, top of the square here, slotted out in the Silvan faithful, over and about. So is James Charge. Silvan get the first goal of this second half here inside the first 2 minutes. Therefore, 3:27. Surrey 5-4-34.
Just impressive that he can go forward and be able to take a strong mark, and that's something they probably need a little bit more in this second half. But back to 7 points.
I felt a change of pace in the opening minute there. It was sort of like, oh, gee, we've seen a different Surrey Park out on the...
Well, it was high octane. It wasn't necessarily the footy that was high octane. It was the events, so to speak. So I reckon the half-time, as Ryan was saying, I reckon it was perfect timing for Silvan just to get the composure back in. And now D'Alfonso wins it from Charge's tap. His kick is long, but has taken Bennett at defence, holds up nicely. And good rise, good mark in defence. Transition ball across. Well, spending it before he had it was Anderson, but he's got no one really on his hammer, so he can short pass and find Tempany. Tempany on the outer side, half-back, rushes himself with the play on. Short kick to Duran. Duran walks around his opponents. Hand passes to Smart. Smart on his left foot, bouncing ball. Smith chops it off. Dodges one, dodges two. Goes inboard, long down the line for Silvan. They've got numbers at the fall of the ball. But unfortunately, I think that was Rattray who fell over just as he was about to get going. And it's a ball up at half forward as it's Silvan getting the first goal of the third term. And that was Charge winning the tap. Ground level ball by Straher. He's under heap of pressure and being wrapped up by Anderson. And the umpire says holding the ball, in fact. He waited so long, so he knew in his mind that if Straher didn't get it going, it's Anderson's free kick. He gets it half forward. No mark take. Schmidt goes to Shepherd instead of going for it. Martin sort of wanted to be the Shepherd of two, so he has to jump on the ball at half back, but the line's there to save them both. And it'll be a boundary throw in 50 metres around from Surrey Park's goal.
Really like Trent Munn's first half. He's a bit of a workhorse. You know, he just really fights hard for every ball. He's going to dive on it. He's going to scrap, and he's going to really be important in this second half.
Surrey Park's first century going towards the Berwick Highway end. The 13-point halftime lead has been closed by a goal, with Charge taking the mark before going into the ruck for the second contest. And now it's Martin doing the ruck in defence, and that allows Tom Smith to be a shorter ruckman against him, and he's trying to just hold him really from doing anything. Ground level ball is picked off by Surrey Park. The kick across goal is missed on the right flank, and that was a line to Colopy, and it's their first score of the second half for Surrey Park. They lead by 8 points, 4 minutes third term, 35 plays 27.
So kicking duties here once more to Jamie Haag. Goes the short option, just the blade. Paul Colopy and Trent Munn on hands and knees.
Just a low kick, wasn't it?
Yeah, was it? Very deliberate kick. The greatest kick there from Trent Munn, though, and Valahay will try to get onto the ball. It's Stitzel, but it's out of bounds. So not the greatest exit there from defensive 50.
Gents, in some ways I feel like Silvan are trying to encourage the chaos ball, but it's actually really backfired in the early stages here.
It definitely has. And we've seen what Surrey can do with that chaos ball. It's Colopy and ruck here for the Panthers. A bit of a shorter throw and allows the Silvan ruckman to get the clearance here. Oberon with the fist there on Charge. Gets the fist to Carvin. Bowl goes inside 50. Tom Smith and Paul Colopy the targets there, but taking the intercept mark, Trent Munn. And he's off. A good bump there from Colopy, sort of distorts the kick there, but looking to run onto here and getting it is Ben Straw here as he gets it over the top here. He's got Jamie Haag on the run and he's got plenty of space, the number 33. Paul Colopy, the other 33, making charge, but gets the kick there and taking the mark is Michael Bonfadini. He goes inside 50. Garvin with a decent fly. Out the back here was Charge. Mitch Molnar, just charge through Molnar, and they get the ball clear here to Surrey Park, and it's James Kenworthy that release. He gets the ball over the top here to Parker Fox. Drops the mark. The mark he should have taken, and taking the intercept. He was wearing the long sleeves in the first half was Lachlan Lynch. Now he's going the short sleeves. Goes inside 50. Charged the target. Nearly taking the mark there, Haynes, but McLaren mopping up the mess, and Surrey Park look to rebound here. Good mark. Lachlan Lynch. He has been really impressive today for Silvan in midfield and up forward, and he's going back for the set shot here. That's a bit of confidence, Ryan.
Josh, just quickly around the grounds, three-quarter timeout at Central Reserve. South Croydon 67, Doncaster East 38.
So danger signs there for the Lions. They have shown they can take over in a corner, and they'll need to do that against, well, clearly a rampant South Croydon as Lynch. That's a shank of a kick, but it might work here. Garvin's going to pick up the ball, immediately pressured by Silvan, and it's going to be a ball up. Blake Tennant, boundary side.
Yeah, just got three things for you boys. Just a quick one about Woodfull. It's between 8 to 13 minutes he's due back on. And another thing as well, that the pressure's definitely lifted. And I've always said South Croydon are my dark horse to win the premiership here. So I'm really liking it at the moment.
So it's going to be a ball up here once more in Silvan's attacking half, the forward pocket broadcast side. Tap there from Silvan, and it's going to be another ball up, and they'll look to take advantage of this dominant Silvan. They've already kicked the first goal. Surrey just the one behind. Oberu left high and got the tap, but it's straight to a Silvan opponent, and diving onto the ball there, Surrey Park player, play on, says the umpire. It stacks on there, but it's going to be a ball up right on the 45-metre arc here at Eastfield Reserve. Scoreline here, Surrey 5-5-35, Silvan 4-3-27. Pretty stacks on there, but it's Silvan who get the ball clear here through Turnbull, inside 50, a good mark, no, not taken. George Haynes at the back here. Is it going to be holding the ball? No. Josh Duran, though, gets it clear. Ollie Anderson is all on his lonesome. If he bounces right, he's out here. But it doesn't, and it's Silvan who's going to go inside 50 here. Couldn't find the target, and Oberu's going to look to pick up the crumbs here. Bit of miscommunication there, and allows Stolfonso to pick up the ball, but it's going to be a ball up. Big chance here, though, for Silvan to kick their second goal of the quarter, Gavin.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kimpton's not got into the game. And Lynch tried to hit him up just to get him a touch, really, when it forward. But it's the rush balls that are putting heaps of pressure. Kick around the corner, high up and under. Flyers go out at top of the goal square for Silvan. It's Surrey Park under heaps of pressure. You can hear the screams from the Cats fans, hoping for holding the ball. It's now player on player, no clear possessions, 20 out, charging in late was Charge, flying kick, another one where they've just plucked it out of the middle of the pack, and Silvan get a goal, and it's just from pure guts and determination that from the midst of the pack, it again, you just see on the replay, Charge comes over the top, Lynch picks himself up, and as he's tackled, he kicks a goal from 15 metres out. Good work to pick himself up and kick a goal.
Goal of the day? Tobin Brothers goal of the day, potentially?
I'd say so. We've only had the 10 so far. That was really impressive. But they just kept fighting, Gavin. You're right. They and as Josh mentioned before, they've got to use this. Once they've got all this momentum, they've got to put it on the scoreboard. So they've done this so far with 2 goals, but got to keep going.
So back in the middle here of Eastfield Reserve, Silvan the first 2 goals. Surrey will look to respond. It's James Charge, though, gets the tap forward there from the Silvan midfielder, but it's Surrey who are going to get the clearance here and go inside 50. Colopy is the target, but early intercepting there was Bissell. Gets the kick off the ground here to a 2-on-1 in favour of Silvan. But doing well there, Jack Woods holding the ball, though. Brilliant tackle there. Jaden Bishop and Silvan. They're bringing the heat now in this quarter, and it's a 25. Oh, that's poor from Surrey Park, and Jaden Bishop here is going to be marched right on the cusp of the centre square.
I think it was for movement on the man on mark.
I think there were a couple of Surrey Park players interfering there as well. He's going to go inside 50 here. Jaden Bishop looking for a couple of targets, just goes to the hot spot. Couple of flies there for Surrey Park. Ficarelli, hands and knees, somehow gets the kick away. Kicking the goal is Billy Rattray. Brilliant finish there from Rattray, and Silvan hit the lead now. I think that's their first time they're in the lead. Potential Toby Brothers goal of the day contender as well. Ficarelli, good effort there. And Silvan lead 6-3-39, Surrey Park 5-5-35.
They stole it from Kimpton as well. It looked like it was going towards his direction, but again, good pressure, getting it inside 50, and they've made that Surrey Park back line worry a bit, and they've just got to keep seeing it inside 50. The clearances have been a lot better this quarter, so they're winning more of the ball in the middle, and they're using it well.
John, have you got a score?
Indeed. So Ringwood, East Burwood, once again, three-quarter time. Ringwood 16-12, 108. East Burwood 7-7, 49.
Momentum with Silvan as Ficarelli showed the momentum, what he can get you, as Lynch just took the 5-metre bundled forward kick and took it around the corner from the left and kicked a goal that's put Silvan in front. 11 minutes gone, third quarter. They were trailing by 13 points at half-time, but with 3 goals, it's now Silvan leading by 4. Surrey Park try to get it going the other way. Smart and Smith is there on the half-forward line. He's bounced into his hand, tries to use Tempany on the run, but Zachary Tempany just sees it over the line at half-forward.
Surrey Park probably haven't come up with the same intensity that they had in the first half. They probably need to lift a little bit with more their pressure, because Silvan have certainly brought it.
Looks like the change of pace I was talking about earlier, Ryan. It's definitely evident now.
So it's a ground level ball. Bonfadini tries to bundle it forward, but he's almost pushed into the fence as he tried to keep it going. Yeah, and it is some worry for Bonfadini there, because as he was paddling it along the boundary side, he was wide open and he got taken into the fence, and he's hurt. Let's hope not very hurt, as he might hopefully be only winded. But that call, very famous on the EFNL broadcast. We won't declare what injury he does have, so we hope he just picks himself up soon.
I think he might have got banged into the...
Yeah, well, let's hope it's just one of those sore things that you have to sort of brush yourself off with.
Good to see him get up.
And he's getting up, and it's just hopefully it's just a matter of having a moment, as the ball's going to be balled in from 60 metres around from Surrey Park's goal. The old scoreboard in the background.
Staying on.
And he'll be in the next contest. So it's 6-3-39 Silvan, leading Surrey Park 5-5-35. 12 and a half minutes gone, third term in the Division 4 Grand Final for 2022. Oberon, big jump, comes over the top, ground level ball. Again, it's Smith winning the roving. Now the push forward, goal square, danger for Silvan as Tempany gets onto it, but the defender with the last dive at it. And he knew he had to get the hand to it, Bizzles, and he did, because Tempany was ready to put the foot through the ball, but it's only a point as Surrey Park closed the gap to 3 points.
So they go outside 50 here through Hagen, taking the mark there. Ditzel, he's had a really good game as Ditzel. Short kick over the top. Umpire calls 15. Handball there from Dixon, back to Ditzel. 1-2 there, and it's Patrick Travers gets the kick away under pressure from Nick Can, but they're going to get a clear here. Surrey Park. Jack McLaren just looks to bump it forward. Colby went to Shepherd, and it's tapped out of bounds there by Patrick Travers. Boundary side, Trent Callan.
Jacob Woodfull, he's back on, boys.
That's a very handy inclusion for Surrey, because he's looked pretty good today, has Jacob Woodfull and Mark. He's up against the smaller ruckman here. Gets the clearance here, does Parker Fox, taking the intercept mark. Back at the fly, Trent Munn. He's really been good today. Goes out wide to a member, one of, I think, many members in the Division 4 Team of the Year squad. Tyson Bissell's put together a great season. Looking for options. There's not too many, so he's forced to go down the line in front of the Surrey Park bench here. Jack Woods trying to pick up the crumb, so is Jacob Woodfull, and pressured by Silvan players, and they're getting into him once more.
There you go, 3 cats went in for that tackle.
Knowing love and loss.
The runner's getting involved too, just trying to
calm him down.
So a boundary thrown right in front of the Surrey Park bench once more. On the attack here. It'll be charging ruck this time for Silvan against Woodfull. Trying to muscle himself there was James Charge, and he's going to get the clearance. A high ball there. Jack Claren goes inboard, a very dangerous kick. Parker Fox, the target, couldn't take the mark. He's on hands and knees as a Silvan player. Colby tried to pick up the ball, but instead it's Parker Fox in the hole there. Trent Martin, he's done really well. He's got Kenworthy on his heel, but he gets the kick away out towards Billy Rattray, but it's Looks like it's going to be intercepted here by Josh Duran. Rattray doing really well. Duran nearly picking up the ball, but it's gone out of bounds. Boundary throw in centre wing here for East Burwood Reserve. It's Silvan 6-3-39, Surrey 5-6-36. Blake Tennant, boundary side.
Yeah, just coming down boundary side, I just come across Woodford and Charge. Woodford just absolutely body Charge, and then next minute Charge just gives him a little cheap shot, so look out for that.
Just around the grounds quickly, 5 minutes into that fourth quarter, Doncaster East has kicked the 2 goals, so 67 South Croydon, Doncaster East 50, 17 points of margin.
So they're getting back into this game. Into that game. Doncaster East out there at Central Reserve. If you're around the area, get on down as it's going to be a ball in here. James Charge against Woodfall. Charge got the tap, but it looks like it's going to be a Surrey clearance here. Trying to pick up the ball there. I think that was Haynes. And on hands and knees there was Dietzel. It's stacks on once more right in front of the new scoreboard here at East Burwood, and it's going to be a ball up. It's just over 16 minutes here. Silvan 6-3-39 to 5-6-36. So Surrey halting the momentum pretty well here. Ball up. Woodfall against Charge. Charge just got a kick away and it's gone out of play. So a good kick there from James Charge out of thin air, and Silvan are in attack once more, Ryan.
Yeah, certainly. And looking just at Kimpton one-on-one in that forward, right in front of the goals, I feel like if you just get involved at kick one, I reckon this game could really open up for Silvan. He's that one player that I think, with the side starting to perform a bit better in the midfield, if he can get involved, they're going to be well on their way to possibly a premiership.
And this game at an interesting point, halfway through the third term, the premiership quarter, it's always been known as, and it truly might be. Silvan have kicked 3 goals this term and have gone from 13 points down at half-time to a lead of 3 points now, 17 minutes in. Surrey Park try to go forward. Punch from the defence, just gains 30 metres for Silvan. So again, hand pass is quick to Gale. Gale in the middle of East Burwood. Long to Falahi, gets himself underneath, tried to get his opponent in Dixon underneath it, but it didn't happen because Dixon stood up nicely, punched away, and it went out of bounds at half-back. So it's going to be another attacking try for Surrey Park. They've only scored a point this quarter.
We can go back a couple of weeks ago. They were in front at half-time against Silvan, and then Silvan ran over the top, so they've got to respond.
Well, it's amazing. Kennedy was trying to ruck against Charge. Charge was almost like, what are you trying to do here? But Kennedy did a good job. Another 50-50.
And Charge has been really good this quarter, giving the midfielders first use of the ball, and that's probably one of the reasons that they've had more clearances.
Yeah, now Woodfall gets there. Charge wins the tap forward to Smith. He gets bundled over, so he can't get on the ball at halfback. Charge picks it up, hand passes and releases to Delfonso. Long ball down the line. Rattray's there for Silvan, but he leaves it behind. So it's Bennett doing the mopping up for Surrey Park. Delfonso drops a mark, but he bounces up with the ball gets a long ball in. Rattray late, but Bennett again. How many defensive marks has he taken? He has done very well, and in combination with McLaren and Duran, they've done well. The kick across ground. Very dangerous. Kimpton with the punch. I thought that was it. He did, but it's in the hands of Haynes, and Haynes claims the mark. He gets it quickly going to Ken Worthy. Ken Worthy on the wing. Gets it half forward over the top of Kennedy. Now it's a dangerous ball. Not Silvan's defence. Comes in late with Trent Martin. Courage and strength. Bundles it over the line and stops Surrey Park in their tracks as Colopy was waiting to try to make something of it at half forward. So it's 39, plays 36. Silvan in front as we approach time on third quarter. Charge leads the way in the ruck contest. Fox nearly gets onto it. Turnbull was taken, took the ball, but he never put the ball under his foot in the tackle. So it's going to be a free kick to Woodfall. 45 metres out, he'll have a shot at goal. And can he kick Surrey Park's first for the third?
Quickly around the grounds, three-quarter time out at Walker Park, Ringwood 16-12, 108, East Burwood 17-49.
So Woodfall, he'd like to make up for his mischievous ways in the second term. Back on the field after a yellow card from 50, puts it to the line, it's straight, but it's not long enough. The defence come with 1-2 punches. Bizzle was there early, but another defender knocks it over and concedes another behind. The gap is only 2. 20 minutes third term. It's Silvan 6-3-39, leading Surrey Park 5-7-37.
Missing a couple of chances here. Surrey Park Hack, a dangerous kicking forward. Kennedy picks up the crumbs, goes towards goal. It's just drifting left, and another missed chance for Surrey Park. We're into time on here. Surrey 5-8-38. It's a 1-point ball game as Bruce Prest is signalling there. Jamie Haag on kicking duties once more. He's got D'Alfonso all on his own. He goes in that direction, but not going to D'Alfonso. Goes down the line, charge, nearly took the mark. Woodfull the spoil. Back here to Garvin, back here to McLaren. Goes inside 50. Colopy and Fallahade, the targets for Surrey Park. Doing really well there, the Silvan defenders and Bissell's.
Give a free kick against that. You don't throw balls at your opponent.
They're starting to lose their cool a little bit as Silvan as the umpire just upweight that along as signs, grunts of improvement there from one of the fans as Martin gets the tap, but it's going to go out of bounds for boundary throw and Ryan Long.
Around the ground, South Gordon have kicked a goal, so 73-50 against Doncaster East, 23-point lead at the 10-minute mark of the final term.
Tom Smith against Trent Martin in ruck this time, the two secondary ruckmen, Brew on the benches. Smith got the tap down. It's Owen who's back onto the ground as well on hands and knees, and it's locked in there. It's going to be another ball up. Surrey done most of the attacking late on. They need to get it on the scoreboard though as Smith, it's a good tap there from the Silvan ruckman. In middle of that pack there was Kennedy, but trying to get the kick away there is Bonfadini, but it's holding the ball going in the direction of Paul Colopy, and Colopy has a chance to kick his second goal of the match and to give Surrey Park back the lead.
And you're right, Josh, they probably controlled the play for the last 5 minutes and without a goal though, so they need one just to be able to get a bit of confidence because you know Silvan will have their chances soon.
Well, in red time, this is going to be the spark to ignite the Panthers right here if he kicks this.
So, a pretty right in front of us, he's going to kick this. Goes off his mark. Has it got the journey? Yes, that's a beauty. Paul Colopy gets the Panthers back the lead there. 6-8-44. Silvan 6-3-39. That's Colopy's second.
And it's been since Woodfield came back onto the ground after that yellow card, so already showing a bit of an influence, and you know he owes them, and it's going to be important in this second half. But you're right, big goal.
He's going to be massive. He's had a really good game. I felt like it's been pretty even in ruck between him and Charge, but just getting him back on, it's crucial. The Gathers, they take back the lead. We've just played 3 minutes in time on here.
Yeah, well, Silvan had all the attacking early, but the ascendancy's now back with Surrey Park, I feel, but it's only a minor lead. We're set up for a grandstand finish. Ball back in the middle of East Burwood Reserve. No clear possession taken, but Charge takes it out and hands it to Smith. Smith goes to go to tackles, hand pass forward to D'Alfonso. His quick kick forward, and again Bennett in the right spot to take a mark in defence. He's got options. He puts it on top of Woods' heads. It might not be to his advantage. Dietzel did well, but Woods picked himself up first, and he gets a kick off the ground just to clear the defensive 50. It is now 4-on-4, and look at the tightness of the bodies. They're just strewing all over the ground. And the umpire, maybe out of sympathy, gives the free kick to Bizzles, who slowly picks himself up and looks at his options from 70 metres out. He's got another short. It's a high poppy kick. Kimpton couldn't get there, but it's Rattray picks it up, 50 metres out, puts it to Charge, top of the goal square, one-hand grab! He's got it! And he just held off his opponent, one-hand, poured it in, and he just grabs it and holds it aloft from 10 metres out. And Charge will put Silvan back in front.
Gav, he's had a fantastic quarter. He's been dominant in the ruck, and then going up forward, he's been able to take a couple of really, really important marks.
Someone's trying to tell me he's got to kick it, but you got to back the man when he's in good form, and he's from 15. He raises both arms up, and he's bouncing off opponents, saying, here we are. Silvan lead by a point, time on third quarter. What a game we have.
Flip at the mark too, the one-handed. So that's two big marks there. So we've got 4 minutes to go in this final term. Third term, apologies. It's an important one for Surrey Park because although they did get that goal back just earlier, Silvan have been on top for the majority of the quarter.
Josh Durand copying a bit of afters there from James Charge after the kick was right in his way. So there's definitely
look at him revving up the boys behind him.
He's revving up, so in ruck here is Bonfadini against Woodfull. Woodfull will look to take advantage of that. He gets the tap down. Burrell Moves gone into the centre of the ground, trying to get to 2 Woodfull, but it's going to be Silvan who look to get the clearance here. Patrick Travis just trying to burst his way through. Lachlan Lynch gets the ball clear. Noah Bennett looking to get the intercept there, but Silvan are going to push further forward. A great tackle though! Holding the ball, says the umpire, and I think it's going the way of Zach Tempany as Billy Rattray is down. He goes the dangerous kick out wide here to Josh Durand. A really good mark taken there from Durand. Handball to Burrell. Handball over the top here to George Haynes, who's had a pretty good game. Josh Durand has got plenty of space. Handball there to Mitch Gale. They're going to go inside 50. Kenworthy at the back could take the fly. Valahay's at the back here. Tried to evade his Silvan opponent. Parker Fox is there. Gets the handball away. Nick Can, the snap! It's just drifting left. And a minor score, but scores are level here. 6-9-45 Surrey Park, 7-3-45 Silvan. The intensity has picked up here.
Bruce Prest cannot believe it. He's shaking his head going, can we have another draw maybe?
Yeah.
That's the third behind Nick Can today.
Let's hope so.
Gets a long ball, but again it's Bennett. This time at half forward, not half back, taking the mark. Loads up a ball to Oberu. He's got heaps of blue around him. The blue went out. Kick out by Steininger. His kick is just a clearing one. Woods wins the race, but the boundary line might beat him. No, he beats his opponent to the ball. Colopy's there to help. Gets it back to Woods. Woods loads up a long ball. Martin's underneath it. Kenworthy over the top. No Specky. Ground level ball out of bounds.
I just really love Trent Martin's courage to go back with a fly the ball almost every time. He's not afraid, and he's been one of the best players on the ground.
I swear James Kenworthy is really trying hard for him. Specky looks like he's leaning up to it.
So the rucks go at it. Oberu versus Owen, who also got sent off in that rough period of the second term, but he's back on to do some ruck work. It's against Oberu. Clearing kick from Silvan, gains some ground out of defence, but it's 50 metres out where the arc intercepts the boundary line. Boundary throw in. We couldn't get a closer game. It's all tied up at 45 apiece, and now a whistle, looks like blood rule, will stop play, and we get the moment just to assess where we're at.
We can breathe now, Gavin.
27 minutes third term. Ryan, is there an ascendancy, or is it just, it's goal for goal?
I still think you want to score. You don't want to start, just defending and holding on here. I think, especially Surrey Park, they're inside 50.
Are they rushing their inside 50s and that's why they're getting the misses? Is it just that last kick inside 50 that's not hitting up targets?
A little bit, but I think it's more credit to Silvan's defence. Has just been really strong. Martin's had a really good game. Bistles has been good this quarter, so they're just playing really well, Silvan. Maybe they're playing into their hands, so maybe they need to look at that at three-quarter time, but they are creating some opportunities, Josh, and that's important.
They are indeed, and it's tension in here, I reckon. It's probably palpable.
They've also kicked one goal.
Standing next to you, it is.
It definitely is.
And Josh, they've also kicked 1-5 this quarter, so
Colopy's going to get the ball forward here. Out-muscling his opponent there was Dixon, and he'll look to get the ball clear here. Goes the switch. It's a dangerous one, but a brilliant kick there into the hands of Jaden Bishop. He goes short. Figueroa on his iron, and it's going to be a high free kick. Wasn't the greatest effort there from Josh Durand as he's angry there at Justin Ficarelli. He goes further down the line. James charges the target there. Good spoil from George Haynes, as he has done for most of this match, and it's going to be a boundary thrown just right in front, right near Silvan's 50. 2 minutes left in this third quarter, or the premiership quarter, as we keep saying. It's Oberu and Ruck against Silvan, and Jane Bishop looking to get the clearance there, but it's Surrey who's going to get the clearance here. Joa Oberu gets a handball clear. It's going to be a high free kick going in the direction of Oberu. Got a couple of targets. Goes the dangerous kick here to Colopy, getting the ball there, the Silvan defender, getting the ball clear is Steininger. He gets the kick over the top here to true centre wing. Out the back here for Silvan is Bonfadini. He goes long down the line. It's a one-on-one, make that a two-on-one in Surrey's favour. Jack McLaren on hands and knees gets the handball away to Callum Garvin. He'll look to evade a couple of Silvan players, gets the handball over the top here. So Surrey are a chance here. Mitch Gale goes forward. Not the greatest kick. Good mark there, taken by Jesse Owen, and Silvan, they have the chance to rebound here, looking for options.
Owen's going to go down the line here.
He is going to go down the line here, indeed. big pack of players. Smart nearly took the mark, but out the back here is Lachlan Lynch. He goes down the line. Bishop was there, affected the contest there. It's Tempany who gets the handball away to McLaren. McLaren gets somewhat of a kick away to Tempany, who tries to find Daniel Smart, but it eluded the Silvan player, and it's going to go forward for Surrey. Great mark! Dropped Steininger. That would have been a spectacular mark, but
Where's your sense of theatre umpire?
Silvan, they go forward here, applying the pressure. Noah Bennett does well to get the handball away. Smart goes back to that big pack of players. Tom Smith affects the contest. It's Steininger, though, who's going to get the clearance, and good spoil there from Mitch Molnar. It's going to be out on the fall here by Darcy Turnbull. Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got an injury concern. Number 25 for Silvan, Matteo Del Defonso, I think that's the name. He's just looking a bit sore at the moment. He's currently talking with the trainers now, and I'll get back to you.
Drop ball kick there from Molnar. It's tough. It's 3/4 time here. We have got ourselves a contest in this Division 4 Grand Final. Scores level, 7-3-45 Silvan to 6-9-45 Surrey Park. The goal kicker is Silvan. Justin Ficcarelli still has the two. Lachlan Lynch, Billy Rattray, James Charge, and Matthew Lowe, the other goal kickers for Surrey Park. Brendan Fallahay, James Kenworthy, Tom Smith, Paul Colopy with two, and Nick Can with 1 goal and 3 behinds. We're going to go to a break here. When we return, we'll bring you the fourth quarter of this massive Division 4 Grand Final between Silvan and Surrey Park, with scores level at 45 apiece.
Check out world-class table tennis this week at Eastland, as they host the International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships. Professional players from 10 countries around the region will be competing. Australia will be strong favourites after bringing home 6 medals from the Com Games. So come and experience world-class table tennis this week at Eastland. There's giveaways, pop-up treats and more. The International Table Tennis Federation Oceania Championships this week at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the EFNL Division 4 Senior Grand Final between Silvan and Surrey Park. Well, this time last week, fellas, Surrey had already run away with the game. This time, though, we have got ourselves a ball game. And it's all tied up. Silvan 7-3-45, Surrey Park 6-9-45. We are in for the grandest of all finishes here. Ryan Long, Gavin Casey and John O'Ben.
Yeah, certainly. And Gav, we're just talking off air about the defences. Both have been really strong as we go boundary side with Trent Cullen.
Yeah, boys, I'm just joined with Matt Garvin here. It's been sort of a game of momentum, goal for goal. How do you sort of assess it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's, as you said, there's been momentum. So goal after goal, it's just how we can minimise that going into the last. So hopefully, no consecutive goals.
I suppose the $1 million question is that sort of
Yeah, well, we've put ourselves in it. We've got to crack now, so really got nothing down and just get on top. Just got to grind away. We're in the box 8, so 45 all. Better team this quarter wins.
All right. Good luck for me, Matt. Thanks for your time. Back to you, boys.
Thank you to Trent Cullen down there, boundary side, key side. They've just got to grind away. Surrey Park, so do Silvan. But we're going boundary side now to Blake Tennant.
Yes, just had to listen to the coach, Trent Martin. Geez, that was very inspirational. The words I could say, I would not be allowed to say on live radio, but the words that were said that we're allowed to say is that they just said they've come all the way from where we are. They were running in the winter at Silvan. This is where they are. This is the climbing Mount Everest kind of type. That's what he was talking about. They're climbing on top to the premiership. So
sounds inspirational, all right.
Oh, mate, it was like a TED talk, I swear.
Fourth quarter, the massive final quarter underway here in the Division 4 Grand Final. Gavin Casey.
Woodfull versus Charge. Charge had a great day, wins the secondary tap, and he hands it off to a runner. Long ball, and no mark for Fickeridley. Got underneath it. Big punch out from Surrey Park, clears 20 metres, but Lynch picks himself off. He's dust off some defenders. Spearing ball into the forward line. Bonfadini couldn't get it on the bounce, but he'll jump on the ball 30 metres out and hold it up. Silvan doing the first attacking of the fourth quarter.
Talk about a golden fist from before, John. Yeah. That was a golden fist and then some from Josh.
Yeah, 30 metres.
Bang.
So the rucks go out at Bonfadini, almost uncontested, wins the tap, but he's been surrounded by 8 apiece, so it's been held up in the hands of Travers.
Just one more update at Central Reserve, South Croydon 84, Doncaster East 65.
Interesting if there's enough time for Donny East. South Croydon done well today. Schmidt couldn't run onto it. Might have had a second effort. He can't get it opening up Durand. He just picks it off the ground, boots it towards the half back line using the line. And so too was Callum Garvin, who takes it over the line and out of bounds. 40 metres around from the Burwood Highway end where Silvan attacking. It's 45 apiece, 7-3 Silvan. More accurate than Surrey Park, 6-9-45. The ruck contest has to go to the ball as the boundary throw in drops short, and Bonfadini finally gets to it and knocks it over the boundary line. So we'll have a second go at this ball in, 45 metres out from Silvan's goal.
To state the obvious, this first goal is very important. Obviously, we'll set the tone for the fourth quarter.
Well, we've had so many momentum skill changes. Kennedy roves it, gets it around the corner, underneath it, good mark there taken by Parker Fox at half back, close to line, under heap of pressure. He runs himself into trouble as he goes inboard with his running arc, so now his ball's been smothered off his own boot, and it's now a ball up at half forward. And Silvan, they've left to the pressure game, and this is what will keep the ball in their territory.
You'll see Surrey Park just always wanting to go down the boundary, and they've done that so well today. And Silvan are trying to do that as well, but they're not being as good in terms of execution.
The kick forward by Delfonso gets it into the forward 50, but it's a scrimmage for the ball. Ray picks it up, and it bounces into his hand. Goal square. Nice mark for Silvan, and it's Kimpton getting into the game. Got goal side, and he took a chest mark as he dived towards the pocket and took the mark from the quick kick forward by Ray.
Josh, just what he needed. We've talked about this. If he can get involved in the game now, it's no better time. It could be huge for the Cats.
So the man that's kicked 107 goals this year, goalless in this grand final until this point, from 15 metres out. This could be the fire starter that the Cats need as they look to try to grab this first momentum swing in quarter 4. It's all tied up until this kick. Kimpton from 15 metres out. He trots his way towards goal. He puts it through the middle. Here's Kimpton, the big goal kicker, putting Silvan 6 points in front. And, well, that's what we wanted to see from Kimpton, getting goal sky, taking the mark, and his first is a 6-point lead for Silvan.
Huge for his confidence, Josh. Won the one-on-one battle, took the mark, and then actually had the confidence to go back and put that ball through.
That was brilliant strength there from Kimpton. You got to give credit to him. He's fought hard all day. Tempany has done well, but Kimpton, I reckon he's going to explode in this final quarter. I've just got a feeling, or as our guy Matt Fodia says, a hunch. I've got a hunch that he's going to be in for a massive final quarter. It's back in the middle here. Jacob Woodfull against James Charge. So that's been for most of the day. Charge got the tap down trying to find Schmidt, but it's going to be the clearance here for Charge. In fact, it's going to go D'Alfonso's way. Gets the kick inside 50 here. Justin Ficcarelli runs into his own man, Matthew Lowe. Somehow gets the kick away. Kimpton, the target. Great pressure, though, from Riley Tempany. Is it going to be holding the ball? No, it's going to be a ball up, though. But Silvan, they have all the momentum, and they need to take advantage of it, Ryan.
Absolutely.
So ball up, it's Bonfadini against George Haynes in ruck. Haynes got the tap to Cullen Garvin, who looked to get the clearance, but instead it's going to be Mitch Gale, who tries to get the clearance. Ficcarelli, the good pressure there.
And he's the other one, Josh Ficcarelli. He's looking lively again, and you certainly worry for Surrey Park perspective when he gets around the ball, because he's very quick and hard to tackle.
A massive worry indeed, as it's Bonfadini against Haynes again. Haynes from the back, trying to get the clearance here. Silvan, but it's going to be Lachlan Lynch. A high free kick, and Lynch is going to get a chance to get Silvan's second goal of the final term and give them a 2-goal advantage. Just a little high there. I'm not too sure who it was from, but this is a big chance here for Silvan, Ryan.
And Gav, I've liked Lynch's game so far.
Yeah,
he's been important for the Cats.
I reckon he could be a chance for the Blue Ribbon medal, Lachlan Lynch. He's fought hard in midfield. He's had a couple of chances, kicked a goal in that third quarter. He runs around, not the greatest kick, charges the target. In front is McLaren, evades him. Ficcarelli on the ground, he's dangerous. Tempany's going to pick it up, try to get the handball back out here to Josh Duran, who tries to get the handball. Ficcarelli on hands and knees now, and it's going to be a ball up, but it's still dangerous times for Surrey Park.
Ficcarelli, you would have absolutely loved to be a fly on the wall in that halftime speech in the Silvan room, just because the momentum continues here.
As they get a chance here, is it going to trickle through? No, it's a minor score, but a handy point for Silvan. Tempany rushing through. It moves Silvan to 8-4-52. Surrey Park 6-9-45. Just under 6 minutes played here in this final quarter.
Haynes has got the ball. He's looking at all his options as now Surrey Park have got it all ahead of themselves. 7 points behind. Long kick out to the outer side, halfback flank again. Putting himself in position was Martin. 2 grabs at it, no mark paid as it hits the ground. Martin goes in again, just steals it from the pack, from the right pocket, puts it towards the goal, hoping for someone to be home. But it's all Duran again, taking a relieving mark for Surrey Park. He's got a couple of shorts, spears the ball in nicely to Smart. Smart 30 metres back from his goal, defensive goal, kicks it long down the line. Defensive punch by Falahi, keeps it in a disputed ball. Travers was tackled by Falahi. Now the stripped ball wasn't holding the ball, but Smart under heap of pressure runs back into defensive 50 because he couldn't pick it up. Now Bishop tries to hand it up, opens it up to Schmidt. Schmidt on hands and knees, now gets the hand pass off. Running an open goal is Kempton from 30 metres out. Here's Kempton, and here's another goal for Silvan as they now lead by 13 points. He's been quiet, but when he's got the ball, he just knows where the goals are, runs away from the pack, and it's a goal to Silvan. They now lead by 13 early in the fourth.
You said it, Josh. You knew it could happen. You just needed one, just one for the confidence, and he starts to get off the chain a bit, and that was brilliant. And they just had to pick up the ball cleanly, and they fumbled it, and I thought they were going to miss their chance, but eventually got it out, and really important.
And that from Daniel Smart before. I reckon that was perceived pressure. Didn't really have anyone around there, but he just got a little fumbly, and it's a mountain to climb here now for Surrey Park. It is like Trent Munn said to his Silvan Chargers, it's a mountain this time for Surrey Park as Woodfull gets the tap. He looked to get his own clearance, get the handball out here to Jack Wood, so they're going to go inside 50. Surrey Park through Woods, over the head of Trent Munn. Silvan defender at the back there. Did he drag it in? Umpire's going to call the ball up. Blake Tennant, boundary side.
Yeah, just got another injury update still. It's Matteo Dolphin. So, again, number 25. He's still going down with the trainer at the moment, so it's not looking good. It looks like it's his back of his knee. I don't know what it is, but it looks like it's back of his knee. So,
Taking the mark
yeah.
there is Nick Can. That was a really scrappy play there from before by Surrey, but they have a chance to immediately respond through Can, who's kicked 1 goal 3, and he'll look to kick his second goal of the match here.
Well, that's probably the only thing that's let him down is he's kicking in front of goal, but he's puts himself in the right position. He's taken a few marks inside 50 and big chance here.
A massive chance to give Surrey a little bit of confidence here. Comes in, and he's slotted it. The Surrey Park faithful are up and about. Surrey have their first of the fourth quarter. They're 7-9, 51. Silvan there, 9-4, 58. Just the goal that they needed, Surrey Park.
You're right, Josh, and much better in the middle, Gav. They were able to get that centre clearance. Silvan had the first 2, and they created those opportunities through that the breakout in the middle. So they get their own chance through that and result in a goal. It's a positive sign for them because James Charge has been really, really strong in the ruck.
I felt like Nick Can was the perfect bloke to respond there for the Panthers, and this is it. This is make or break now for the men in black and white.
Let's go boundary side.
Yeah, just a quick update again. It looks like it's calf. It looks like the calf. So he's still getting looked at the trainer right now.
Silvan looking to get the clearance here, push it further forward as Anderson in the middle of that pack somehow gets the handball away to McLaren, who gets it to George Haynes. He goes further out wide here to Mitch Molnar, who's all on his lonesome. Pressured well there, though, by Trent Martin, and it's going to be a ball up centre wing there. It's just not falling the way of Surrey Park at the moment, but Silvan, they did kick that last goal, did Surrey Park. Silvan have kicked the 2 goals, hold a 7-point lead here at East Burwood Reserve in the Division 4 Grand Final. Charging over in Ruck, it's down on the ground here, getting the handball away there was Jaden Bishop. Pressured, though, there was the Silvan player by 2 Surrey players. It was James Charge, in fact, pressured, and it's going to be a ball up here right in front of the old scoreboard at East Burwood Reserve. It's Oberu against Charge. Charge's got the tap. Oberu a fist forward, though. Silvan with the clearance. I think that's Lachlan Lynch. They're trying to get the ball forward here. Bennett's out the back. So is McLaren. Haynes somehow gets the ball away. Colopy over the top here too. Haynes pressured well. Silvan, but Surrey are going to rebound here through Daniel Smart. A good intercept mark taken there from Silvan. Not too sure. That's Daniel Dixon with the mark and gets the kick over the top here to Darcy Turnbull, who's had his moments this game. He's looked very threatening, but Silvan looking to go on the attack here through Turnbull. They go inside 50. Kimpton's the target against Tempany. Back with the fight is Bennett. Tempany of the Riley variety gets the handball away out there to Jack Woods, but it's a rush kicked, and taking the intercept mark there is Patrick Travers. With all his experience, he rushes back, looks to go inside 50 here. Big pack of players. Just a decent fist there, and it's going to go out of play for a boundary throw, and Ryan.
Yeah, just quickly.
It's play on. Did never went out, according to the boundary umpire, even though we saw it differently. It's a play on ball, and Ken Worthy, after Surrey Park, with the first to react to the non-decision by the boundary umpire. Ken Worthy at halfback takes the mark, gets along to Woodfall. He's the meat in the sandwich of 2, and he can only be the spoiler as Bizzles was in front of him. And we're at boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got just a big one as well. Number 4, Daniel Lemon is officially ruled out of the game. He has not come on since, so the first quarter. So I just found out then by the trainer.
So the boundary throw in is on the wing. It's evenly poised, but it's a 7-point lead to Silvan as we've played 11, nearly 12 minutes into this final term. The first 2 goals of the quarter to Kimpton. The last reply from Can has closed the gap to 7 points.
And Ringwood through to a grand final against South Bell, grab that running away. 51-point winners over East Burwood this afternoon.
Count the Redbacks.
So it's Oberu versus Bonafidini, wins the front position, wins the tap. D'Alfonso clears it out, gets it long, running towards it, Ficcarelli's chest. It hits his chest, but it bounces out, but he comes to tackle while he's sliding on the ground. And that's the strength of the player, that he's always in the contest. And Justin Ficcarelli actually picks himself up with the ball.
Andrew.
Blake Tennant, boundary side.
Yeah, sorry, just quickly, it's just injury carnage at the moment, but Matteo D'Alfonso is just come back on, so he's all good.
So the tack run to Bishop, he drops the ball under a tackle. Bonfidini comes into the tack, and it's going to be a ball up 40 metres out from Silvan's goal. They're just getting territory now and trying to hold it in. There's another ball up. 13 minutes gone, fourth term. 58 plays 51. Silvan have got the ascendancy. They're in the forward position. It's now D'Alfonso. Bonfadini picks it up off the ground and hits the post from 40 metres out. And he's about to run to the pocket and celebrate with the crowd. But the quick kick from 40 out of the pack hits the post. Another minor score. Silvan 59, leading Surrey Park 51.
That would have been the dagger, I reckon, John O'Ven.
We've got a score out at the game between South Croydon and Doncaster. The final score, South Croydon 13-7-85 defeated Doncaster East 10-11-71.
So South Croydon there through to a preliminary final. George Haynes just went through the middle. Is Silvan not going to get the ball forward here? Ficarelli on his own! And he has the chance to really put a dagger into Surrey Park's hearts here, Ryan. If he kicks this, it would mean they need to kick 3 goals in probably, you'd say, 10 or 15 minutes of play.
And well done by Patrick Travers there, who just pulled out. He was in front and probably almost could have spoiled his own teammate, but had the awareness that Ficarelli was there and just allowed him to take a comfortable mark.
That's the smarts of a player who's played waffle in his career a long time ago. As Ficarelli, he's going the drop punt this time instead of the snap like he did the first 2 occasions. Of Silvan fans there, a bit excited. Ficarelli comes in, it's just drifting right, and I think he might have a reason why he either go the snap.
Because he holds the ball with his 2 hands at the top of the ball. It's a very interesting drop.
Could have used the natural Gaelic arc, but not on this occasion.
Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, the Surrey Park people just giving it back to him. Ficarelli.
So McLaren mopped up the kick out. His kick is long. It's been this time. It's Silvan going forward again. Kimpton underneath it. The attacker's come over. Kimpton just got underneath it. The wily player just said, well, that was too much as the spoil from Tempany. I think Tempany was going a fair spoil, but Kimpton got underneath it.
As soon as he didn't make contact with the ball, they were going to call it.
Now can I say this is the dagger for Surrey Park? I hate to say it, but it's probably the dagger because
they've missed 2 here, and that's
third time's the charm.
Yeah, they've got to put one through.
This, out of all these, this is potentially goal 110 for 2022, and there couldn't be a more important kick for the champion, Lee Kimpton, the champion goal kicker that is, hoping to be a premiership champion for Silvan. They lead by 9. 15 minutes gone, final term. He trots his way forward. He raises his arm up to con the umpire again, and the goal umpire pats his chest and says no. 1 minor score, Silvan 9-7-61, Surrey Park 7-9-51. That missed slightly to the left.
The goal umpire had the final say. Any reaction was never going to influence that decision.
Oh, God, it's taking the mark. There is Steininger.
Really struggling to clear it out of their back 50s.
They really are. This is a big chance again for Silvan to put the dagger out the back there. Kimpton tried to go off the ground, but it's going to be the Surrey here through. Daniel Smart, but taking the intercept there is Warren Schmidt. He's going to go back here to go for goal. Instead, he goes to Steininger, who just launches, and it's gone way left. Out of bounds on the floor. They're missing chances now, Silvan.
Well, they've kicked 2 for this quarter and 1 on the full, so they've had their chances just about to finish this game.
He probably had a chance to just take his time a bit, did Matthew Steininger.
So McLaren's on his non-preferred, gets the kick out here to Mitch Gale, who goes inboard to his captain, Zach Tempany, looking to move the ball forward here. Surrey Park, Kentworthy on his own. A good spoil there from the Silvan player. I think that's Jaden Bishop. Gets the handball over the top here to D'Alfonso. He goes inside 50, but it's all Surrey Park. Good mark, Jack McLaren. I think he really was there. He could have tried to
move it on quick.
Sorry, they do move it on quickly indeed. Drop the mark there, did Anderson. Handball away there towards Kimpton. Smart tap there to Warren Schmidt. He goes inside 50. Charge the big target there from the side. That was Steininger, but Haynes on hands and knees. It's a ball up, and Silvan continuing to attack. 17 minutes played here. Up by 10 points, 9-7-61, 7-9-51. In the ruck here, it's Overer against Charge. Charge getting the tap. It's
going
a free
over,
kick. It's going to Overer indeed. And Surrey Park, chance to move forward here. Over the top from Overer to Hamish Bowl. Plays on immediately, goes to Valhale. Oh, it's on the full though, not the greatest kick there from Burrell, and Silvan again have another chance to put the dagger into Surrey Park's hearts. Going inside 50 here, Dixon, charge the target. Good mark. Joe Buru with a terrific mark there. Just propelling every attack now. Surrey Park doing well as a Buru goes short here too. Riley Tempany.
Got to use the ball well here.
They do indeed. It was on show last weekend against Chirnside Park. Tempany goes over the top here to George Haynes, who's fought really gallantly all that day on the mark there. Billy Rattray, he's had his moments, particularly in that third quarter. Haynes goes to Kentworthy, just snuck in there. And Surrey, they're taking their time here, allowing Silvan to set up. Kentworthy got the short target here in Parker Fox. Calculated ball movement once more from Surrey Park, just taking the sting out of Silvan, you feel. Fox now goes down the line. Oberu there. Good mark, Joe Oberu.
And he was off too.
It's a free kick.
No, Mark was paid to
Trent Martin, and Silvan have the chance to rebound, Gav.
Yeah, it was actually man in front paid the mark, would you believe it? Because Oberu had the strong hands over the top, but Martin in position took the mark, got it forward, charge underneath the ball. Is going to be penalised for jumping on the ball and holding the ball against. Be free kick to Garvin. And he's waiting for charge just to get up so the ball can come underneath the behemoth. So Surrey Park at half back, a long way away from goals. They trail by 10 points as we approach time on in this grand final quarter. Short pass is good to Burrell, but it doesn't set up the attack yet. Now Kennedy in the middle of East Burwood Reserve. He's looking for runners. He's got an outlying runner from half back. It's Tempany. Riley now goes long, spearing ball to the leading option. And Kenworthy, what a well-weighted kick. Kenworthy runs into the corridor now from 50 metres out. Doesn't go to goal. Goes towards Oberu. That's got to be paid, doesn't it? It's dropped at the last minute under heap of pressure. So the ball now is with Silvan in defence, and they'll clear the decks. No mark to Oberu. Now the ball goes long, and it's marked by Lowe.
He's been unlucky, Oberu, but he's been really prominent.
Lowe's kick forward, charge underneath it, big punch comes in, and Haynes sees it over the line at half-back.
Oberu, Josh, is flying at everything there.
He really is flying at everything, and I think that's what excites Surrey Park fans. He just literally flies at everything, and he tries his hardest as Oberu. It's a boundary throw in here. It's Schmidt against Kennedy, I think. Out the back here, I think that's Lachlan Lynch. Not the greatest kick gone through for a minus score. So that is Silvan's 5th minus score. They've kicked 2 goals in this final quarter. They're 9-8-62. Surrey Park 7-9-51. We're into time on here. They need to get a goal quickly here. Do Surrey Park. Silvan just need to hang on.
They've got no space on either side of either side of the wing, the Panthers, so it's going to be really tough to get it out here.
So George Haynes, he might just have to go through the middle. He did just before, but instead he's got a target. Tom Smith and Josh Durant. Tom Smith, a good mark taken there in front of Michael Bonfadini. Looks to take his time once more. He's got Hamish Rowe in the middle, not the greatest kick. Silvan have a chance here. Lachlan Lynch gets the kick away. Just drifting to the right, but it's out of play. This is a win for Silvan, though. It's a boundary throw in their attacking half. 21 and a half minutes played here. In the Division 4 Grand Final, they lead by 11 points, 62 to 51.
Just all quarter, they just haven't been able to escape that back to 50.
They'll live and die by these diagonal corridor kicks, will Surrey Park, as they chase the game. They're deep in defence. The clearing kick might just go out on the full, and it'll give another scoring a chance to Silvan.
Matt Fodier nearly taking the mark there.
Well, he's better at cricket than he is at footy, and we all know that. This is the media manager at the Eastern Footy League. It's now 5 minutes to go in this grand final. Let's stay to play. It's 62-51. Silvan lead, ball in hand, 50 metres out. Bishop on the boundary line having a shot at goal. Any score will be influential. 11-point lead is now going to be 7. No, it missed. Everyone was up and it just drifted in the air. Missing left side, near side. 12-point game. 9-9-63 plays 7-9-51. 22 minutes gone. 5 minutes to go in the game. It's Silvan by 2 goals.
Haynes taking the kick-in duties here. Tom Smith the target. Shrugged off really well there. Taking the mark is Bonfadini, who's also fought hard all day for Silvan. He's looking to go inside 50 and give Silvan another chance. Charge the target. Flying there was Matthew Lowe. He's going to pick up the crumbs though. Was he taken high? No. In there was Dixon, gets the handball out there to Kimpton. He ducked his head, but immediately pressured well by Surrey players, and it's going to be a ball up. Silvan's attacking half. This is what they want, though, with less than 5
they
minutes.
just had to pick that ball up cleanly.
So Jack McLaren in ruck against James Charge. Charge got the tap. Tempany immediately pressured by Kimpton. That has been a really enthralling duel, not just this fourth quarter, but for the entire contest. Tempany and Lee Kimpton as Charge and Woodfull go at it in ruck this time. Charge the tap. Trying to pick up the crumbs there was the Silvan play. It's high free kick going the way of Surrey Park. Schmidt giving away the free kick there. Slow to get up is Schmidt.
And they've done that every time to allow their players to get back and stop the quick kick.
So Tempany of the Riley variety going to take the kick here. Goes long in the direction of Tom Smith. Takes a chest mark and Surrey are out here. Smith over is in behind here. Takes the mark. He waits. He's got Kenworthy over the top. He has Parker Fox over the top. Takes the mark. And Surrey Park have a chance here to get it to a one-goal ball game, Jono.
Fox in the perfect position there. He had a few options, did Oberu, but yeah, Fox the best option, and he's got a great kick. Pretty much, we've got the perfect position here, Josh Warden. Here he goes.
We do have the perfect position indeed. Parker Fox comes in. And has he kicked it?
Yes! The Tom Lynch rule prevails.
Surrey Park make it a one-goal ball game. We have got ourselves a game once more here, Ryan and Gavin Casey.
3 minutes, Gav. That's huge, and that's the one they needed, just over the top. And we wondered there, Overrood probably could have almost ran on and kept going himself, but was smart, took his time, found the target, hit it up, and then very good finish.
Overtime. Are we going to
big chance? 3 minutes to go in this grand final. Silvan 63 plays Surrey Park 57. Game on in Division 4 grand final. How exciting. Schmidt grabs it. He takes on all tacklers. No one goes at him, so he goes forward himself. Long kick to the forward line. Travis dives on it at centre forward. Spoons out a hand pass. Can't beat the congestion. And Surrey are really determined to get it out through Tempany. They open it up on the bounce to Burrell. Burrell at half back has to run backwards. That was a fake as he goes forward. Now he's kicked to the bouncing ball to half forward. Silvan under a heap of pressure. Umpires swallow the whistle. No free kick to overside. The ball's underneath Martin. Here comes a free kick to Surrey Park. There was held in by Martin, so Smart takes it. Smart from half forward, loads up, long ball. Who will mark a charge? No, sorry, but that's Bizzles in defence. Bizzle's got underneath it, big grab, goes out wide, finds his teammate in Haag. Haag takes a mark, slows it down in the back pocket. Couldn't get any closer. 26 minutes gone. 2 minutes to go on the clock as we wind down the short kick. Steiniger has been good. Pressure mark at half back. He's now doing the old cramp. He actually is cramping though. Well, he was quick to recover. Around the corner he goes to Dixon. Can they hold on to the ball for 2 minutes, the Cats? Now the kick forward and another mark taken on the lead by Lowe on the wing. Surrey just need to hold their nerve, take one opportunity maybe to go into extra time. Low from half forward, he goes, charge underneath it, mark taken by McLaren. He's quick to play on, corridor ball, goes into Burrell. Burrell's got Tempany running at it on the outer wing, takes the marks, got the speed, skates on now, he's got a runner. To his right, pressured into the kick. Short pass on the bounce, doesn't go the way. Here's Kenworthy picking it up, but the boundary whistle goes. And just as he's about to sprint inside 50, the boundary umpire says it's my ball, and it's a 6-point game with only 50 seconds to go.
Bizzles did very well to get there to stop that.
So we'll just 63-57. Can Silvan hurry, hold on, or can Surrey get the next kick inside 50? Underneath it, heaps of players. D'Alfonso gets the kick out, but it only goes to Tempany. He hand passes to himself in effect, goes to the boundary line. Silvan hold up, kick to the half forward, Kimpton bounce, Ficcarelli grabs it, he's tackled, it might open up. Here's a big opportunity, Silvan running an open goal. Here's a big one. Goal square, Woods gets a big goal, and it's Silvan's premiership for 2022. And on the run, it is that man Lowe who took the ball on the gallop from the half-forward line in the pocket, and from 40 metres out, it is Silvan's premiership.
They know it too, Gavin Casey. What a game, what a spectacle it's been. And, well, this is
one of the absolute great celebrations too, boys.
This is deserved.
13 seconds on the clock, though.
Oh, they've been phenomenal this last quarter. They've held it in that forward 50. They've controlled the game for the majority of this quarter. So
they deserve this. Do Silvan back in the middle. Woodfall. What's going on here?
Free kick.
It's going the free kick going Silvan's way. So it's a 6-6 roll. Charge going to get the handball over here to D'Alfonso. They go inside 50 once more. Silvan Ficarelli against Duran. Duran did really well. Going to get the click here. It's siren sounds! Silvan are the 2022 EFNL Division 4 premiers. What a moment for the Cats. 10-9-69. Surrey Park 8-9-57. Wow, what a game, and much-deserved premiers of Silvan Ryan.
No, absolutely. What a finish. They had 9 scoring shots in the end, 3 goals, 6. You were worried that maybe they blew their chances up forward, but an incredible win. They fought hard. I have to give credit to their backline. They were phenomenal, and you look at their leader in Trent Martin. I don't know if he wins the medal or not today, but he was absolutely fantastic. So was Bizzles. Really well deserved. The best side this year. Incredible team, Gav. And Josh, really, really fantastic.
It is an incredible team. And
Surrey fought hard too, and it was a great finish. It was a great game.
Silvan, they deserve it. I've got a lot of respect for them, as I've said to everyone during the week. And it's unfortunate Surrey go down, but we're going to go boundary side. Trent Cullen, Blake Tennant, and James Charge.
I'm joining with James Charge here. Something yet, mate?
No. I'm just happy my legs are cramped up. I couldn't be more proud of the boys. What a solid effort. Happy days.
I'm barely giving you time to get your breath back, but what do you put it down to? Because you've shown your second half dominance.
Yeah, I think that third quarter, we just went man to man. We know how fast and talented they are. We just had to go man on. You know, they've been this twice this year. But only on their home deck, so we can hold our head high and so we can work with the better team.
So the neutral ground works in your favour. There was a bit of feeling in this one early. You seem to don't shy away from that, and you sort of thrive on it.
Yeah, I love it. It fires me up. I know what I need to do to get in the zone. Exactly.
Thanks for your time. I'll let you celebrate.
Good to hear from James Charge as well. Phenomenal season for James Charge, and it ends with a premiership. And Silvan, they're going up into Division 3 as well. What a moment to get back up into Division 3 after, it's been, I think, 6 years since they were last up in 3rd Division. And, well, they're going to be on a high. The whole town, I reckon, after this victory.
Are we going to make the trek up there, Joshy?
Oh, no, I'm not.
How do we get home? That's the worry.
I don't know where Silvan is, but they're a fantastic club. And look, they were challenged at half time. Surrey Park were, probably really in control in that last 5 minutes of the second quarter. The tensions were high. We were worried that maybe they were about to lose their heads. And if they had allowed one more goal there, and that would have stretched that lead out to, I think, 19 points, it could have been a different story. But they got to half time, they composed themselves, and they came out in the third quarter, especially in the middle with Charge in the bruck. They were fantastic.
I think they realised it's not a boxing match, it's a football game. And then when they realised that, they had to get back to ground ball, beat them in the contest. As we go for more interviews, the guys have got some more interviews. Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got Tyson Seals. Mate, how does this feel, mate? You just won a premiership. You're in Division 3 next year. How do you feel?
Mate, can't explain. I've been at this club for 8 years, I reckon. I've seen us lose that many games, and to see us fucking get up to the top is unbelievable, mate. I can't tell you, I'm that excited. And all the boys I was playing with, mate, it's the best bunch of boys I can ever ask for, and I hope we stick around next year and go again.
I was listening to Trent Martin's three-quarter time presser, and he was just saying about how just got to keep grinding, keep going. You're running at Silvan, and you've got there, mate, and you've done really well. What was the message behind that?
He just, once we lost that first game, I reckon we were just a bit too complacent. And then he brought into us lots of running. We had a bloke doing running drills with us. And we had more blokes there, like on a Tuesday and Thursday doing running than what we would if we were just doing a cruisy Tuesday and Thursday. So, no, it was bloody unbelievable. And I can't thank the coaching staff enough, especially Mardo and Ada and Paddy Travers.
Yeah. One more, what does this mean to you, mate? Silvan's a small community town, and, to win a premiership like this, I think it's I don't know what year it was, your last one, but, mate, it's going to be a big celebration tonight. That's definitely, mate.
Yeah, man, that's, you've put it. You've said it there. It's bloody. Yeah, mate. It's just going to light up at Silvan tonight, Monday, Tuesday. Who knows? So, yeah, that's all there is to it.
Blake, can you ask him about the mark he took? Because that was almost game saver.
Yeah, just one of the people up there just asked, talk about the mark, mate. It was truly the game saver, you reckon?
Oh, it's handy. Didn't get a touch all game, and to have a cheeky one at the end is handy. But it doesn't matter about that. It matters about the win. And all 22 of us out there, mate, they were unbelievable out there and running their guts off, and that's what we need. And yeah, here it is.
Well, congratulations, mate. Your 2022 Division 4 Premier Silver, mate. Well done.
Well
done.
Way too humble. He was fantastic. He had plenty of the ball, and I thought he was really good on the half-back line, Josh.
Can I say as well, the whole town of Silvan, they're going to be celebrating until the season starts, I reckon.
Well, this is massive, isn't it?
It's massive. It is massive because it's a small community town, is Silvan, and yeah, they've done. It's just fantastic to see as well. It is a little heartbreaking for Surrey. I do have to admit.
Great effort though.
They did put up a really good fight. I think clearly though, based on this performance today, it's Surrey Park that Silvan don't like to play, Gav.
Well, I think it's a bright future. One thing I think Surrey Park held them back is they were clean from defence, but going forward, they just didn't have that mark inside 50 option that they could seize. And I think it was a battle of the half-back lines, but Silvan only got stronger as the game went on.
Yeah, right. And you look at three-quarter time, Kimpton hadn't really got near it, and we talked about that yesterday with Murphy for Don Bell, and then he couldn't quite get his hands on it in the last quarter. Kimpton does, and he kicks two important goals. He gets involved, and probably in the end is the important player that stood up in the right time. And look at the scoreboard, two goals that they won by. So really, really fantastic, and look. I mean, they were challenged and they've done everything right, and it's going to be a big celebration.
I'm very interested as well to see how they go in Division 3 next year, because I reckon if they can keep some of those players like, your Kimptons, your Ficcarillis, your James Chard, some of your more experienced players, your core players, then I reckon they could potentially do well. It is a pretty even division, is Division 3, but yeah, it's really good to see them get up, and a big pack of people around the Silvan players as well, and the Surrey Park players as well. But boundary side.
Just got Justin Ficcarilli. Justin, mate, what a game of footy. You're a premiership player now. What does this mean to you?
Unbelievable, mate. I've waited 15 years for one of these, and finally got it. Bloody amazing. The young boys stepped up today, and it was bloody good effort. We had a few boys pretty sore come in, and just want to win. So I'm bloody emotional, but it's something I'll remember forever.
Well, you've obviously come across from Croydon and
forever.
To be mates with a lot of these Silvan boys and all that, but what does this mean for you? Like, your club is also a very small club. I was just talking to one of you played Bistles before club, and what does this mean?
It's unbelievable. We've got no junior club, no 19s, a small town out in the Yarra Valley, but we managed to recruit blokes because it's a good country club. Everyone wants to be there. It's a good tight knit club. It's not about money in this footy club. We're all mates. A lot of Croydon boys, and there's a few St Simons boys that have come across, but good feeling. And now going into third divvy, we're going to set ourselves up with a couple more recruits, and we want to go again.
Yeah. I'll give you a funny one. What's the go, mate, with the snap and not the drop punt, mate? What's going on there?
Yeah, well, you saw me drop punt later in the day. It was worse than the snap. So anything on that angle, I'm snapping.
Oh, well, congratulations, mate. 2022 premiers. It doesn't get better than that. You pretty much finished, your career on a good high. All the best for next year.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, mate.
And good to hear from Justin Ficcarilli as well. What a player he has been for Silvan this year. I think 68 goals in the season, 110 for Kimpton, 178 goals remarkably between the ex-Croydon Joy. It proved a big difference in the end as well, as we're going to go to
Loves the big
post.
stage too, doesn't he? He just you knew every time he got around the ball, he was going to do something with it.
Who do you reckon gets the medal? I mean, we can just we haven't been asked to for our opinion from the hierarchy.
Actually.
We're not the people who give the medal out, but we do know.
I think I mean a couple of choices there. Trent Munn was just phenomenal, especially in that first half. I thought really stood the tone and held strong when Silvan were under a lot of pressure. And then James Charge in the ruck in that second half, he was the one getting the ruck hit out, and he was getting the clearances, and it pushed them forward a lot.
I think Lachlan Lynch actually in midfield. I thought in midfield and up forward, he fought really, really hard. He did a magnificent job. Did Lynch, and you know I do agree as well with your point, Ryan. But I reckon Lachlan Lynch and Patrick Travers as well. He went under the radar. I felt his impact in midfield was massive.
You know, one thing I just really love that it's not even a disposal or anything, but when he let Ficcarelli take a mark there, so many players would jump in front and not have the awareness that his teammate's right there to be able to take that mark. So he just has good awareness around the ground and did really well.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, that awareness as well probably comes from, as I said, all that experience at the waffle level. You know, he's played waffle. He's played, of course, for Croydon for a little bit there. He's come across to Silvan this year, but he's done a magnificent job as patrons are starting to gather around the post-game ceremony. We're just about to end here in this Division 4 Grand Final. Just repeating the scores, Silvan. It's 10-9, 69 to 8-9, 57. John O'Vent downstairs.
Division 4 Senior Grand Final. Congratulations.
So we probably won't get
Congratulations
the...
to both teams on a fantastic game. And commiserations to the Surrey Park Panthers. Presenting the awards today is Kevin Smith on the board of the Eastern Football Netball League. We now come to the awarding of the Steve Jones Best on Ground medal, as well as the Blue Ribbon medal, thanks to the Blue Ribbon Foundation, long-time supporter of the Eastern Football Netball League. The player adjudged Best on Ground is from Silvan, Trent Martin. Once again, congratulations to Trent. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the presentation of the Senior Division 4 Premiership team. We start with number 4, Daniel Lemon. Number 7, Warren Schmitz. Number 8, Daniel Dixon. Number 9, Lee Kimpton. Number 11, Patrick Travers. Number 11, Patrick Travers. Number 13, Lachlan Lynch. Number 14, Jesse Owen. Number 18, Tyson Bissels. Number 20, Justin Ficcarelli. Number 23, Billy Rattray. Number 26, Jaden Bishop. Number 27, James Charge. Number 31, Jared Dietzel. Number 32, Bailey Calderwood. Number 33, Jamie Haag. Number 37, Michael Bonfadini. Number 39, Matthew Lowe. Number 41, Darcy Turnbull. Number 43, Matthew Steiniger. Let's go to the off-field person, or the assistant coach, Adrian Canatar. The runner, Steve Andrews. The team manager, Chris McCluggan. The two trainers, Kelty Blake and Paul Calderwood. And on the water running duties, Noah Martin. Your two co-captains, number 16, Ben Strawhair. And number 25, Matteo D'Alfonso. And the coach and the best on ground, number 17, Trent Martin.
Yeah, no, that's what you're going to need. And if you ask him, he's better at cricket when it's the juniors, apparently. If you ask him.
First off, to Surrey, to show some adversity throughout the... Is it on?
I'm not asking, mate. It'll be a goal.
Is that? It's not working.
My knee's been cold all day. My knees and ankles are cold.
Cross-smoking trip now, here's the Premiership Cup and Premiership flag. Congratulations, Silvan. Once again, congratulations to Silvan, Division 4 Senior Prem.
We're a happy team at Silvan. We're the mighty fighting cats. We are the team that plays to win. Wearing the boss with the grin at Silvan. We're the high and flying mighties. We always play that way. All for one and one for all, that's how we are at Silvan. We are the mighty fighting cats. We're a happy team at Silvan. We're the mighty fighting cats. We are the team that plays to win. Wearing the boss with the grin at Silvan. We're the high and flying mighties. We always play that way. All for one and one for all. That's how we are at Silvan. We are the mighty fighting cats.
Once again, congratulations to Silvan, the Division 4 senior premiers. That concludes our